Smackdown. So it's going to be a longer stream than usual. And honestly, the lineup looks not too bad. The lineup looks a little bit better than I was expecting. I've kind of come into this show with low expectations. The reason for that is because we know that a lot of focus has been put on Monday. Monday is the show that you need to be watching. That is the relaunch, I think, of the year, really. Monday is where we're going to be doing the Bron Breakker CM Punk Championship match. It's where Becky is going to get her rematch with Maxine. We've got a lot of big high-profile matches, a lot of crossover with the Stranger Things collaboration as well. It's the 1-year anniversary of WWE being on Netflix. And so I feel like for the past few weeks, they've been shouting about that show on Monday. So really, for me, my focus is Monday. And I genuinely didn't know what we were getting tonight. But actually, just looking at the preview, it does not look too bad. I've got it lined up here. So Drew McIntyre is going to reveal the stipulations for the 3 stages of hell. So we know that he's taking on Cody when they go to Berlin. I don't know what week that is. I think that's coming up in, I don't know if it's next week or the week after. I know the European tour is very, very soon. But yeah, we'll be doing the 3 stages of hell match for the WWE Championship. I think there is a chance that Drew could win. I've got Cody winning, but I think there is a chance that Drew could win. We're going to find out what those 3 matches are going to be. So 3 stages of hell is 3 different matches, all one after the other. Each one has got a stipulation. The first one might be a normal match, but then you'll do Falls Count Anywhere or TLC, Hell in a Cell to End, ambulance match. Could be anything like that. We're going to find out what those stipulations are. Looks like Drew is going to pick all 3. Then we got Damian. He's going to war with Aleister in an ambulance match. So probably means that one of those stipulations won't be an ambulance match because that's an ambulance match. It's one of those, isn't it? A bit like buses. You wait ages for a bus and then 2 come along at once. I couldn't even tell you the last time we had an ambulance match. I remember seeing one down in NXT, but I couldn't tell you the last time we had one on the main roster. It's been a long time. So, yeah, we've got an ambulance match here tonight. Damian against Aleister Black. First person to put the other inside of an ambulance gets the victory. I like it. It's different. We don't get it very often. But as we said, because we're getting it tonight, it probably means that we're not going to get it revealed as one of the 3 stages. Then we've got Giulia taking on Chelsea in a United States Championship match. I don't mind which way that goes, personally. I think both can be good champs. I think Chelsea is really entertaining. I think Giulia is very credible. I just hope that whoever wins, whoever loses, I just hope we invest in both of them. I hope both get used very, very well in 2026. So, not really bothered as to who wins the match, to be honest with you. I like them both. I find them both to be entertaining in slightly different ways. But I just hope they both had good years. And then we got Rhea, Io, Charlotte, and Alexa taking on Asuka, Kairi, Nia, and Lash Legends. So, big 8-woman tag match. Obviously, we're doing a lot of work at the moment with the women's tag division. We've been showcasing the women a lot. So, they're all going to be in action tonight in a big match. Still no Bayley and Lyra. No Roxanne and Raquel. So, there's even more women that are not being used here that we could use. But that's a lot of women, obviously. A lot of talent. A lot of star power to all feature in that match. So that match is going to be interesting. And of course, it's 2026 now. So that means that we're in a new year. It means that this is the first show of that year. And it means that everything we're looking at now will kind of feature towards the end of this year when we're talking about the best matches of the year. So any little hidden gems tonight, like maybe Damian Aleister is going to be a banger because of it being an ambulance match. We don't get that very often. maybe we're going to have a situation where come the end of the year, we might be saying, do you remember that match right at the start of the year? How amazing it was, that Damian Aleister ambulance match. So come the end of 2026, there might be some low-key bangers here that we're talking about. Probably not, but there could be. So, yes, lots to keep our eyes out for and be looking out for. This one, as I said, has kind of snuck under the radar because of everyone shouting about Monday. So I'm very much looking forward to seeing. And they've got 3 hours to fill as well. They know this is a show that they've got to deliver something on. I am going in with the expectation we're going to get something here. We're going to get something. Some talking, but I shouldn't struggle for a thumbnail for the breakdown video afterwards. So, yeah, keeping, don't know where that talking point's going to come from. Probably here, I would imagine. Damian and Aleister. But, yeah, maybe we get a new champ as well. Maybe there. So, yeah, not bad. Not bad. Right, I saw a couple of super chats. Let's just get to those, and then we'll jump into the chat because I can see some lengthy messages. Keep the dream. Shout out to you. Said, Daze, do we think Theory is going to get pushed to the main event? Well, I think they're going to try. I think the goal is he's, 28, 29? So I think they're going to try and get him to that main event scene. I think that he is definitely someone that has got great potential. It's just, can he realize that potential, you know? I mean, we were close to losing John Cena. I don't know what life would have been like if Cena had been released by WWE. You know, would he have gone back to work in a gym? Would he have... Where would he have gone? I don't know. I mean, there was no AEW. There was no WCW. So that's an interesting question for John. I don't think I've ever actually heard him answer that. If you had lost your job when you was Prototype, what would you have done? Where would you have gone? Would you have left wrestling? And, you know, it's crazy to think that we almost lost John Cena, who goes on to be, you know, a true great. But it is true. I mean, when he was the Prototype and he was on the main roster, he was struggling. He just was not connecting with the audience. WWE saw someone that had a great look, but just it wasn't connecting. It wasn't working. And it's only when Stephanie hears him rapping, of course, because he was doing some rapping on the back of the bus on a European, I think it was a European tour, that she's like, can you do that on the show? And out of that, we get Thugonomics. And as a result of Thugonomics, John Cena goes to the moon. You know, Thugonomics is what really gets Cena to, you know, the ball rolling. And then, of course, you know, we move away from Thugonomics and we get into the whole you can't see me, never give up, Fruity Pebbles. You know, we kind of get into those stages. But we were close to losing Cena. And I feel like with Theory, he's been stuck in his Prototype stage for quite a while. Theory, for me, is someone that can wrestle. His matches in Evolve were actually really highly regarded. The idea that he can't wrestle is wrong. What I will admit, though, is that it's been a long time since I've seen a really, really good Austin Theory singles match. I mean, for a good little while, though, he's been in A-Town Down Under. And, you know, before that, you know, you're probably getting back to, like, pandemic stuff. When he was a heel, I think the weight of what he was doing was a bit too heavy for him at that time, being a mid-card champ, facing John Cena at WrestleMania. I think all of that was a bit too heavy for him. You know, rather than just nicely build him normally, we have gone a really strange way with Austin Theory. I mean, normally you'd have him in NXT, build him, make him NXT champ, call him up, get him used to being on the main roster, take him through the mid-card. You know, you kind of do it in steps. I feel like with Theory, he got called up. I mean, he competes at WrestleMania 36. That's 6 years ago. He was at WrestleMania competing 6 years ago. So, you know, he's kind of gone up. Then he ends up going back down for a little bit. Then he comes and does some other stuff. And he's kind of been a little bit all over the place. Then he's over in the tag division. Now we're bringing him into the Vision. And now he's like, do you know what I mean? He's gone from nothing to now being a big focus. He's all over the road. I do feel sorry for him. I do feel sorry for him because I just think, like, with most things, you're going to get better the more that you do something. Why can't we just give him a run of singles matches? Why can't we just have him go out there and do singles matches, cut promos, and just maybe put him in less pressurized situations, you know? I mean, that whole A-Town Down Under stuff did nothing for him whatsoever. I mean, I feel like all we've done is just waste a good few years of his career, and the same with Grayson Waller as well. So I find that to be very frustrating. I think they see someone that they really believe in, they really like the look of. They know that he's got the ability to put on good matches. He's had them in NXT, he's had them in Evolve. We haven't really seen it on the main roster, but I would say we've messed him around a lot. And, you know, I just think that we're at a point now where it's like, okay, sink or swim. You've been waiting for this kind of opportunity. Here it is. Show us what you've got. And I think it's going to be understandable if it's a bit ropey at first as he tries to find his feet. I mean, to go from doing what he was doing to doing what he's doing now is such a drastic change that I think it's totally understandable that he finds his feet. But I said this the other day. I think it was on Monday. I got such goodwill for him. I so want this to work for him. I think he's got a likability about him where you're just like, you've got the look. I know you're entertaining. You were brilliant in the way, the group that was in NXT with Johnny and Candice and Indy. Like, he was so much fun in that group. So I know he's got a charisma, a charm. I know that he's got a great look. I know he can have great matches. They were really loved his work when he was in Evolve. That's why they took him. And, you know, he's had some good matches in NXT as well, as we said. Hard to pin down good matches on the main roster, but we have messed him around a lot. And so outside of, like, you know, live promos, which we just haven't seen that often, and I just don't think we've given him enough promo time, to be honest. Like, live in the ring with a microphone, considering clearly they like him as being a future big talent. I don't know why we've not given him more opportunity. I think the handling of him has been awful. The way that we've kind of started with him, the way that he's been, like, given a lot, like when he was Vince McMahon's chosen one and the golden egg and he was all that stuff, right? We went from that to then him not really getting much TV time to now going right back to being in the Vision. The thing with Theory, it's all or nothing. We're either going to give you a massive monster push, right? Or we ain't giving you anything at all. There doesn't appear to be much in the middle, honestly. So I feel sorry for him. I think they do want him as the main eventer. I think the way they've gone about it is pretty crazy. I think he is very skilled. I think that there's a lot more that he can show than he's been showing. But yeah, we need to take some steps forwards. We can't just sit here and go, no, he has had good matches in the past. Or, you know, he can do promos. He's got to show this. They're giving him the platform to show it. He's of an age now where he should be very comfortable on the main roster. He's got, you know, a lot of experience of being on the main roster. He should be comfortable with that. He should be comfortable in front of large crowds. He should be comfortable with the travel. He should be comfortable with the expectation. But, you know, does this go the same way that the Jey Uso experiment goes? Hopefully not. Hopefully this works. But I'd say give it some time. Any kind of judging on it right now is very, very, very early, of course. But yeah, I really hope it works. Got a lot of goodwill towards Theory. G Doggy Dog said, "Happy New Year, buds. Let's break the walls down." Well, yeah, lots of talk about Jericho coming in. Some people thinking that it could be as early as Monday. I think he is coming in. I think he could be in as soon as Monday, or it could be the Rumble. But yeah, another reason to look forward to Monday, to be honest, is the potential that we get Jericho. Not expecting him tonight. There's no word of him coming tonight. But there's a lot of chatter around Monday. Apparently his AEW deal is done now. There was a lot of chatter about will he be at Survivor Series, will he be at Saturday night's main event, all this kind of stuff. He was still under a contract with AEW, so we wasn't expecting that, and we didn't get that. But apparently that deal is done now, so he is available now, so WWE can use him whenever they want. So, yeah, a lot of people are looking to Monday because that's such a big show, that kind of anniversary of being on Netflix. Such a big show, kind of feels like, do you make that move now? Or do you wait for the Rumble? We'll have to wait and see. But I feel like we're going to bring him in. If he wanted to stay with AEW, he'd just re-sign, wouldn't he? If he wanted to stay with AEW, I don't see what the drama would be. You just re-sign. I'm sure the offer's there. But I think we all kind of expected that when Jericho got to the end of his career, he would come back to WWE. I sort of expected that. He didn't make any noise about how he was going to stay in AEW forever or see out his career in AEW. I never heard that. He might have made those comments on Talk Is Jericho or something, but I never saw them. So I kind of always had a suspicion that it's hard to not want one more WrestleMania, you know? It's hard to not want to end your career on the biggest platform possible in front of the most people possible. And that, of course, is going to be WWE. I mean, WrestleMania, SummerSlam are bigger events than any of the AEW events. So I've got to think the temptation to do those shows one last time. And also to take on, I mean, I think in AEW he's probably faced everyone now that he wants to. But in WWE, there's a whole new crop of talent that he won't ever have faced. He's never faced Gunther, for example. So I really think he comes in. I mean, that's not really breaking news. I expect Jericho to come in. I think, I don't know if it's Monday, but Rumble at the latest. I don't really see why you would delay it. I know he has got a tour with Fozzy in February, but to be honest, we had John Cena around and in 2025, and he didn't do much in February. Do you remember he did the Rumble, and then on the press conference after, he basically said, I'll see you at Elimination Chamber. And that was it. Like, we went from Rumble to Elimination Chamber. We didn't have any John in between. John basically announced he was going to be in the Elimination Chamber, and Triple H came out and went, look, John's such a legend. If he wants to do that, I ain't going to stop him. And so John inserted himself into Elimination Chamber. So I sort of feel like with Jericho, he can miss February. I don't expect him to win the Rumble, but maybe the next time we see him is that Elimination Chamber. And then maybe at that event, that's where we start his WrestleMania feud. So we could just follow the John Cena 2025 kind of plan. So, yeah, I think Fozzy having shows in February is not really a concern. John did a whole movie that he filmed in February in 2025 and was still very active in WWE throughout that year, of course. So, yeah, I think we'll see Jericho at some point. Chris, hello. Shout out to you, bud. Said, Happy New Year, Daze, and to the fantastic community. Chris, shout out to you, my friend. Robbie said, half a year. I can't believe it. Shout out Daze and Pixel. That's Robbie's group. Robbie also said, with Oba seemingly on the way, do we see the possibility of a title change on Tuesday? So NXT, so next week's a pretty big week because not only have we got that show on Monday that we're like, oh my God, big deal, but on Tuesday we've got New Year's Evil. And that looks to be a pretty major NXT show. It's got a championship match. I don't think they're going to put the belt on Leon Slater. But the fact that Oba is on his way to the main roster does sort of suggest that he's going to drop the title, doesn't it? So, but Leon Slater doesn't really strike me as the right person to drop the title to. I mean, I suppose we've had the TNA championship. So, you know, Trick Williams was running around with that. So at some point, you've got to think a TNA talent will probably get the NXT championship. And they like Leon. So, you know, Leon would be perfectly acceptable to kind of give him that championship. But I don't know. I just find that hard because he's not a WWE superstar. You're building and showcasing another promotion's talent, which is so unlike WWE. It's just so not what WWE do. The only reason I think they could do it is because they so want to sign him when he becomes available that they are just doing whatever they can really to go, listen, we're going to treat you so good. You should definitely sign with us. We really like you. And please don't go to AEW. Here, have a run with the NXT title. Would you like a run with the WWE Championship as well? I don't know. It's so strange. Like, you don't put the belt on Javon, who's your talent, but you do put it on Leon, who is not your talent. He just doesn't strike me as being the right person, to be honest. So, I don't know. My old school gut mentality is no, I don't think we do. I don't know why you would put the belt on someone that you don't have under contract. Just doesn't make sense. But Oba is on his way to the main roster, so is it a case that he drops it for that reason? The thing with Oba though is that you can use him, of course, in NXT still. So there was a report a little while ago that once you get called up to the main roster, it's not like the end of your NXT journey. There's a lot more kind of crossover now. For example, we see Lyra popping up a little bit, even now in NXT. And, you know, it's not like it's not like that's it, you're done, end of the road. So I think there might be an opportunity to just keep going with Oba as champ. He can carry it on the main roster, the NXT championship, and use it as a way to help promote NXT. So there is a way forward with him still being champ. You know, he appears on a Monday or a Friday, still NXT champion. And that way you can, every time we see Oba, it gives you a reason to talk about NXT, and it just gives you a way of promoting it. And then, of course, he won't be in NXT every week, but once we find another opponent, Oba can pop back for a week, do a face-to-face, and then appear at whatever, you know, show is coming up. And then do like a, you know, not stand and deliver. I don't know which ones we tend to do in January, but whatever it is, you know, you might be able to get through to that. I don't know that it means, you know, Oba is on his way, so Tuesday is definitely losing the belt. I think there's probably a way forward where Oba can still keep it. Now, the other thing as well, we've seen Asuka and Paige both forfeit. So the other thing is that Oba could win, and then a little week or two later get told you're going to have to forfeit the title. So I think there's a few options on the table. I think Oba losing has got to be a very real option because of the call-up. But I think there are some alternatives. Keep going with Oba for a little bit as champ. That way you can promote NXT. And, you know, NXT will get some star power because more people will be aware of Oba because they'll see him on the main roster. And then you can use him in NXT. And that's like, you know, might get you some extra viewers. Or you can have him forfeit. So I wouldn't say anything is guaranteed. But I think Tuesday, it's going to be interesting. Definitely a very good chance that we get a new champ. But I don't know, man. It's just hard to picture it being Leon. Benny said, let's be real. If we do get a relaunch and it's disappointing, we need to shake things up. I'm putting no expectation so that I don't get disappointed. I think Learning Tree will be at Royal Rumble, says Benny. Okay. Tyler, shout out to you. And Connor said, have you heard the news about Orton and LA Knight? They're all scheduled to be at Saudi for the Rumble on January 31st. Connor, shout out to you. Your boy Game Buddy Galaxy said, Zilla Fatu joining MFTs tonight. Not heard any news on that. In fact, I'd be very, very surprised because he's not been in NXT. And so I think if we bring Zilla in, we put him in NXT first. So, Zilla rocking up on Tuesday at New Year's Eve or making a presence, that's a talent that people would really like to see in WWE. He's obviously got the Fatu name. He's part of the Anoa'i family. And he is someone that people have really been clamoring to see for a good few years now. I don't think he's got the experience to go straight to the main roster. If you think about who went to the main roster, Tama Tonga, Tonga Loa, Gorillas of Destiny have been around for a long, long time. In fact, they're in the back end of their careers. Hikuleo has been active in New Japan and, of course, is related to Tama Tonga, Tonga Loa. Zilla Fatu has just been doing Reality of Wrestling. He's not coming from a New Japan or an AEW or anything like that, TNA. He's just been doing Reality of Wrestling and other indie promotions. So that kind of talent, if they don't have Fatu as a surname, tend to go into Evolve. We tend to put them like WWE ID kind of talent. They go into Evolve and then they make their way to NXT. I don't think we'd put Zilla in Evolve, but I could see him go straight to NXT and then be used as a star in NXT. So I don't think we bring him to the main roster straight away. I think if we do bring him in, which I think we will eventually, I could see him going to NXT first and then kind of making his way from there to the main roster. There's a lot of hype and excitement around Zilla, though. Sean said if MJF ever goes to WWE and debuts at the Rumble, would you keep his AEW theme or would we change it? I think he owns the song. I would ask him what he wanted to do. I mean, I don't really care about his theme. It's not anything special in my mind. It's not anything that can't be replaced. It's like a clinky ding, 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 kind of a thing, isn't it? I'm not bothered by it. If he did come in and he owned it, I'd say, look, is this something that really matters to you? Is this like a deal breaker? Because I'm pretty sure we could find something bigger in scope, something that sounds, makes you a bigger star. If you think about Roman's, like how big it sounds, kind of feel like MJF's is like, I don't know, it's a bit simple. It's a bit better. It's fine. I'm not a hater of it. It's fine. But I don't know. That's not a theme that I'm like, oh my God, that's untouchable. It's not like flipping Undertaker's theme or something. I think you can replace it and you could probably find something bigger in scope, bigger in scale, something that sounds, a bit more epic. But yeah, I'd say to him, do you want to keep it? Does it matter that much to you? If you do, it's not a problem. If not, I'm sure we can find something better or something bigger. So yeah, I don't know when he's coming in though. I don't know. I think he will eventually, but I don't know when his AEW contract expires. But eventually, I think MJF finds his way to WWE. He grew up a WWE fan. There's pictures of him, having a WWE party and stuff like that, birthday party when he was younger. Obviously, he's been into wrestling his whole life. WWE, a big part of that. It's kind of hard to imagine that he doesn't want to experience WrestleMania, SummerSlam, working the likes of Roman Reigns and, kind of working with Triple H, working with Shawn or whatever. I don't know. I kind of feel like I know AEW are going to look after him and give him amazing contract and, whatever do you want. But yeah, I just can't see him not coming to WWE at some point. So whether he'll sign another contract after this one expires, I'm not sure. He might do, but at some point he'll come in. Yeah, I expect him to come in at some point. Glutness Triple H is going to kick off the new SmackDown era with a massive 45 minutes to an hour segment confirming that a new landscape is in place. Well, I mean, it is a 3-hour show tonight. I don't know that makes it a new landscape or anything like that. I mean, it is longer. I don't know if we're going that big. They haven't hyped this show up as much as Monday. Monday, we got the Stranger Things collaboration. It's the 1-year anniversary since we went to Netflix. We've got a big championship match, Bron Breakker, CM Punk, that honestly was the rumored WrestleMania match. So, I mean, that's huge, right? Absolutely huge. I mean, tonight has got nothing on that level. We got an ambulance match. And we've got Giulia against Chelsea. But, I feel like Monday is, a big, big deal. And as we said, rumors, speculation that Jericho could even arrive on Monday. So Monday is going to be absolutely unmissable. If you take anything away from tonight, take away the fact that Monday really is absolutely unmissable. That, to me, sort of feels like when the year begins, actually. And I have been saying that for the past couple of weeks. Kind of feels like Monday is when this year is really going to start. Maybe it's tonight. Maybe tonight. I mean, tonight is 3 hours, and I think the card doesn't look too bad. There's definitely some stuff there that I think can give us talking points. So maybe tonight. But I got to admit, I am looking at Monday, and I am thinking that's where we're really going to get going. So I am very excited for that. I kind of feel like we've been in a bit of a slumber. It's not been too bad, actually, but, we've had a couple of title changes. We've got new tag champs. We had Carmelo beat Elia. So it's been okay over Christmas. Obviously, a lot of tape shows, which is a shame, but very understandable. We're kind of out of that period now. And so now we're we're done with Christmas. We're out of New Year's. So now we can very much set our sights on what 2026 is going to bring. And as I said, for me, I've just been trying to catch up with a few things. I got a family member that's not very well at the moment. And so there's just a few bits and bobs going on away from the channel. Nothing disastrous or anything. Everything's fine, apart from my cousin, who's, as I said, not doing too good. He fell ill, and I can't remember. It's appendicitis. That's it. So it's his appendix. But the problem is that they think it's got into his bloods and all of that. So been getting daily updates with him. I might have to go and visit him because he's been in hospital for over a week now. So there's a few bits. That's all. I had family round on the 28th as well, which kind of really threw things out. So you had to prepare for that. And I just sort of feel like this kind of Christmas period, I feel like it ends this weekend. I feel like Monday is back to work, back to school. Monday is, done. Christmas done. New Year's done. Any kind of slumber done. It's back to the grind, back to work Monday. And I don't know if WWE are looking at it that way. They're probably not. They're probably looking at tonight as being a little something. But, I've gone in with this with pretty low expectations. But Monday, my expectations are just naturally higher. If you're gonna hype it up, if you're gonna make a big deal out of it, you're probably gonna get me hyped. I understand what Benny was saying about don't fall for it. Don't get carried away. We don't get your hopes up because you're only gonna get disappointed. But I don't know. I'm looking at the fact there's a couple of championship matches. I'm looking at the fact there's a bit of chatter about Jericho coming in. I'm looking at the fact it's a collab with Stranger Things, so they're really going to want people tuning in. I don't know what they're going to do with that collab. There is a fun poster that I saw for all you Stranger Things fans out there. I got sent this over. I think WWE posted it earlier. You see, I'm not a Stranger Things person, so I cannot really comment. But there it is. a fun poster that was Stranger Things related. So you can see the kind of vibe they're going for. So, best in the world, CM Punk against the badass Bron Breakker. Raw, Stranger Things. Look, he's the upside down, isn't he? So, bring the energy, bring the nostalgia, bring the noise. We'll see you and your Stranger Things inspired fits on Monday. All right. So, this Monday, Raw enters the upside down, and we want you to bring your best Stranger Things looks to Brooklyn. So there we go. They're asking the fans to dress as Stranger Things characters. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm guessing there'll be some of the actors there. I think it'll be disappointing if there isn't. You know, and they can bring 11 and 12, get all them over. And, you know, this is going to be the theme. I mean, this is a massive show, so, you know, I don't mind. I've not seen a single episode of it. It's just not something I care about. But if this was like Walking Dead, like back in the day, like going back like 12 years or so, you know, and they did a Walking Dead collab, that would have been really cool. That would have been really cool. Although we probably would have had some cheesy zombies running around, and actually that would have been horrifically cringe, just like when The Miz got and eaten by those that remember that during the pandemic. He was taking on Damian Priest and all these zombies got in the ring and started eating him. It was some crossover with a horror film, wasn't it? There was some Dawn of the Dead, maybe, something like that. It was bad. If you've erased it from your memory, that's absolutely fine. I desperately try to do the same myself. The fact WWE never did a Walking Dead collab is still insane to me, said Alex. I agree. That show was absolutely huge. And such an easy show to do a crossover with. I mean, R-Truth backstage with zombies is a bit of a no-brainer. And so I think there's lots of fun that could be had with that. So, but I mean, this Stranger Things is absolutely huge. So many people love it. I know that it's a massive deal. I think like I heard that Netflix went down momentarily when the new season dropped. There was that much clamor for it. That's yeah, makes sense. So we'll see. That's a little extra for people on Monday for any Stranger Things fans. Daze, we say that John Cena buried Austin Theory, but it's Triple H that buried Austin Theory. When he cashed in his mid-card title, he never recovered, said Sean. Yeah, I agree. I hated that at the time. I was dead against it. I think if you have got the Money in the Bank briefcase and you don't cash it in for one of the top titles, there's only a very, very rare occasion where I could believe you not cashing in for a top title. For example, if you were Charlotte and you won that briefcase now, and you had your sights set on being a women's champ again, but Alexa was down because, you know, she's not had a championship for a long time, and you decide you're going to be a good friend, and you're going to cash in on the tag titles instead, so that you and Alexa can be tag champs, I can buy that. That's fine. I can buy that. That, to me, is understandable. That is Charlotte putting her friendship with Alexa over her own interests. I'm okay with that. That would be acceptable to me. Some people would be against it. I can't believe she didn't go for a world title, blah, blah, blah. But I think most people would be like, no, I get that. That works. But with Austin Theory, he did not cash in on one of the top titles. He tried a couple of times and failed, like pretty much everyone does. I mean, you know, it's rare that you get someone coming down trying to cash in and succeed in first time, unless they're doing it on the night of the show, right? If you cash in during the Money in the Bank show you won it on, you tend to do quite well, right? I don't think we've ever had someone try to cash in on the night they won it and fail. But if you go past that show, then normally what we see is people trying and failing a few times. Not actually getting to cash it in before they get wiped out or something, right? But for me, if you're going to cash in on a mid-card title, Intercontinental or United States, and it was the United States was a belt that Theory had already had. He'd already had it. He'd done that. That was done. Job done. Tick. Well done. Time to move on to the next stage. And that is a world title. And he didn't. He cashed in on... And I think he failed as well, didn't he? Didn't he try to cash in on a mid-card and then he didn't even succeed? I'm pretty sure he failed at cashing in on a mid-card. And then, am I right in saying a few weeks later, they gave him the United States Championship in a triple threat? I mean, it honestly, it is so mental. It is so mental. And I agree with you. I completely agree. You know, you just look like an idiot. You just look like an idiot. You look like you've got no confidence in yourself. You've got no belief in yourself. You, the only thing I can think is that you took the easier option to be a mid-card champ rather than a world champ. Granted, he tried a couple of times, but there was still plenty. I think by the time he cashes in, it's like November. He's got until next May. It doesn't make any sense. Maybe I could buy it if it was like there was a day left and it's like you got to do Summit Theory. You've got to at least cash it in for some sort of title. I know you've tried all year for the world titles, but don't just let this opportunity go to waste. Maybe then you'd be like, okay, well, that's why he went for the mid-card. He had tried all year to get the top title and he couldn't. We were only in November. He'd only had it about 6 months. There was still another 6 months to go. Anything could happen. You know, someone could get injured in a match and then you come down and it was dumb. It was really dumb. I completely agree. But again, you know, do you remember earlier I was saying about how we've messed him around? I mean, we gave him the Money in the Bank. It should be so straightforward. It should be so easy if you give someone Money in the Bank to get them and make them a star. You've basically got 12 months to, you know, build them and have people looking at them as a potential future champ, right? Is he going to do it? I think he might, you know. He's got the briefcase. I think he might be a world champion. You know, 12 months you've got to build him and to kind of get him so that people can accept him as a champion. Maybe reframe how they look at him. And then, you know, bang, cash in, success, run with the belt, see how it goes. Bit of a Jey Uso situation. If it doesn't work, take it off him. If it does, brilliant. But we didn't do any of that. I mean, it was mental. He tried to cash in a few times and then ended up trying to cash in for a mid-card belt and ended up flipping losing. And, oh, God, it was terrible. Terrible. So, yeah, I think it's been a dumpster fire, really, the way that we've used Theory. He's not helped himself, though. I think the thing with Theory is that when you get an opportunity, if you're on the main roster, you got to make it work. And so whenever you have a match, you need a banger. Every time you've got the microphone, you need to make people pay attention. And I think we have to admit there's been far too many occasions where he'll have a match, he'll cut a promo, and it doesn't deliver. And that's, you've got to say, on him. I think, though, he would have benefited from being a solo star in NXT and actually spending some time there and having a run as NXT champion, which he never did, and actually building him the same way that you build most people. And that is by going step by step. Instead is here, now we'll do that, now we'll try this. Here's an egg, here's a briefcase, here's Grayson Waller, here's the Vision, here's John Cena. Oh, you just got cooked. You're a disciple now of Seth Rollins. Now you're back to NXT, now you're in the way, now we're bringing you back again. Poor guy must be like this. Just not knowing where he is or what's going on. So I really hope it works out for him. I know there's a lot of people judging him at the moment. Like, is this working? Is it going to work? All that kind of stuff. I would say, give him a chance. Let's he's got a whole new presentation. He's in a whole new group. And, let's kind of give it a little bit of time. See where we are. Let's see what they do for him at Mania. See how that Mania match goes. I don't know if he'll have a tag match or a singles match. I kind of want it to be a singles match, I kind of want Theory to get a singles match and actually have some time where he can cut a promo. I mean, blumming out, they've done so much to make Maxine look like she isn't a joke. That can't you just spend some of that energy on Theory? I mean, how amazing was the Maxine Natalia vignette where, she's like, again, and she's like killing everyone. She's murking everyone in the gym, including Natty. I mean, like, I feel like if you just put just even a small percentage of the energy into Theory that you've put into making Maxine, like, attempt to make her credible, then, we should be able to get somewhere. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what they do with him. I think this is a big, big moment for him in his career. Because if this goes wrong, I don't know, where does he go from here? I genuinely don't know. If this doesn't work, does he go back to NXT? Does he go to a tag division? What do you do with Theory if this doesn't work? I don't know. I don't think you get rid of him. I think they still see potential there, and I don't think they would want him going to AEW. So it's not like if this doesn't work, he's going to lose his job. But I don't know, man. When does that next big opportunity come along for him? And what does he do whilst he's waiting? I think, this is be a real good stage to grab with both hands this opportunity. He knows that. So let's see how it goes. Daze, my favourite was when Strowman was going to cash in on Roman, and Seth and Dean came out to help Roman. Roman, Dean, and Seth and Strowman put Strowman through a table. Yeah, there's been some good cash-in attempts. There's been some great cash-ins as well. I think, I was quite critical of Triple H, to be honest, with his booking of Money in the Bank. That was a real weakness that I was pointing to when people were like, what do we think about Triple H as a booker? I was like, well, this is good. This is, a concern. And part of the concern was his booking of Money in the Bank. Because year after year, he kept just wasting it and just like really throwing it away. I do think the way that he booked Money in the Bank in 2025 actually is a positive, is worthy of applause. If you think about the way they had Naomi come down during that amazing match and Evolution, and then she cashes in and just like steals the spotlight and becomes champ. I thought that was good. Yeah, I thought I was done well. And then, honestly, the ruse of the century with Seth, where he fakes an injury and then cashes in at SummerSlam. I mean, that's real creative. That's really good. I mean, I thought that was very clever. We all sort of suspected that he was going to do that. But there was people out there that didn't. There was people out there that were, And to be honest with you, we were watching not 100% certain. I think, wasn't it reported by Dave Meltzer that it was not a real injury or something? I seem to recall there being just a little leak that came out that this isn't legit. And so that kind of solidified people's thinking that this was a ruse. And then, of course, it was. And it was the ruse of the century. But it was still very good. Very, very good. It was still very creative. And, still caught people out. And I believe when we get to the new season of Unreal, that's obviously one of the major stories that's in there. The whole faking of the injury that Seth did to cash in at SummerSlam. So, yeah, it's that was better. So it's going to be very interesting to see how they book Money in the Bank this year. But we are happy here. We don't have to use a VPN anymore, says Emily, to watch WWE on Netflix. Where's PH? Is that, what's that? PH, is that Philadelphia? Or that can't be Philadelphia. Is it? PH? It's not Philippines, is it? Word Life, Cena fan, chat out to you, said, did you see the petition for the Jumping Bomb Angels to go into the Hall of Fame? No. I think there's petitions every year for different people to go in. I wouldn't be surprised if the Jumping Bomb Angels have put a little thing out themselves for them to go into the Hall of Fame. So there's probably stuff everywhere for different people wanting to go in. But, you know, I'd like to see them go in. WWE doesn't really acknowledge those tag titles. I'm sure they said that the women's tag titles we got now are like the first women's tag title. And it's not true. We had women's tag titles back in the late 80s. Glamour Girls and Jumping Bomb Angels. You know, there was a few teams that were around at that point. But, I mean, it was very much just a very special attraction. We didn't have, like, a division that was being shown week in, week out by absolute no means. It was just if we needed something different on the card, then we would just do a women's match or a women's tag match or whatever. But there were belts around, and there were matches being had. So, yeah, WWE has not wanted to acknowledge any of that for some reason. I don't know why. You would think with the rise in women's wrestling and the fact that we are embracing it a lot more, that you would want to embrace the history of it as well and pay respects. And, you know, they do a pretty good job of making sure that a female goes in each year into the Hall of Fame. But, yeah, I mean, we tend to put in, like, Michelle McCool or Candice Michelle or Kelly Kelly or, you know, people from the 2000s. But it's like, what about Rockin' Robin? What about Jumping Bomb Angels? What about the Glamour Girls, Judy Martin? What about, you know, these people that were around in the 80s? And, you know, I don't even know. I think Lilani Kai's in. I think she's in. She better be in. She competed at WrestleMania 1 and WrestleMania 10. And, you know, she definitely deserves to go in. So, yeah, there's quite a few people that could be on that list to go in. I really want to see, talking of women, Cyndi Lauper go in. I keep saying this every year, but I think when it comes to favorite celebrity involvement, Cyndi Lauper, I think, is my number one, because we needed some celebrity help for launching WrestleMania, the first one. We needed some eyes on the product. The way that Vince did it was he went and got the biggest stars from around the country, pulled them out the territories. So Roddy Piper, Junkyard Dog, Don Morocco. Like, you know, you'd go around, you'd get the big stars. You know, Mean Gene got poached, as did Bobby the Brain Heenan. They already had Andre, but yeah, they went and got like the biggest stars from around the country, put them all into WWE. That got the wrestling world looking at WWE. But we needed some celebrities to kind of grab the other attention. Hogan definitely helped because he'd been in Rocky. So when we bring him back, that's a massive moment in '84. That's a massive moment. Hulkamania, Running Wild, that helps. But, you know, I think Cyndi Lauper plays a massive role, as does Mr. T. I mean, Mr. T was like the strongest guy on TV. He was like the hottest star on TV at the time with the A-Team. And so Mr. T is a massive star, absolutely huge. He was the Sidney Sweeney of his day. And I feel like we've put him in to the Hall of Fame, much deserved. But Cyndi Lauper, for what she does, fantastic. You know, she was the flipping Taylor Swift of the day, the Lady Gaga of the day. She was the big pop star of the day. And she comes in and, you know, works with Cyndi Lauper. She's a manager. She does a lot of talking. She's a great talker as well. She gets it. She's a really good promo. So, you know, she's kind of going off on Moolah and going off on the other like girls that are working with Moolah, and it sets up WrestleMania 1, sets up a couple of shows before as well. We do some stuff with MTV, and it helps. We've got Cyndi Lauper for that, and that's all in the build, like the war to settle the score, the brawl to end it all. These are shows before WrestleMania that were on MTV, and it helped that we had Cyndi Lauper for that crossover. She helps a lot with the start of WrestleMania, with grabbing attention and star power. And I have no idea why she's not in the Hall of Fame. Absolutely no idea whatsoever. It feels like such an omission. It feels like to have a celebrity wing and her not be in it is actually appalling. So that is one that bugs me a lot, that I really hope we fix. And I don't know why we keep waiting and waiting and waiting. Just do it. Just flipping do it. There's so many people in that celebrity wing that just haven't really done a great deal, don't deserve to be there. But she did loads. She was on quite a few shows, and she was part of WrestleMania 1, and she helped make that a success. So I hope that gets fixed. That's definitely one I'd like to see. Mr. Full D said, Saturday night's main event in Montreal. I'm hoping to see Jericho, said Mr. Full D. Shout out to you, buds. Yeah, that's the week before, isn't it? I wonder what we're going to do with Sammy, because when that was announced for Montreal, a lot of people were like, oh, that's going to be such a good send-off for Sammy. So Sammy is going to surely be on that show. He's going to have the fans going crazy. And then literally a week later, he's going to be in the Royal Rumble in Saudi Arabia, where they love him over there because of his heritage. And so, you know, it's going to be amazing. It's going to be brilliant for Sammy. But now word has come out that Sammy is not in the running to win now. Bron Breakker and Roman Reigns are. So Sammy is not in the running. And that's a real shame, because you do look at that now and go, well, what about Sammy? Sammy is meant to be having this big kind of send-off. I'm not saying that's why they booked Montreal, but as soon as it was announced, the reaction from people online was, that'll be great for Sammy. That'll be brilliant, because that'll be a big send-off just the week before the Rumble. And it was a Rumble that at the time he was favourite to win. And yeah, here we are about a month or two later. And very, very different situation. That buzz around Sammy has kind of gone as plans seem to have shifted. I think he's still got a chance, but it's a tiny chance now. You know, it's like before he had a 40% chance. Now it's like a 5% chance. So we'll have to see how they use that. I've got to think Sammy's going to feature, though, on that cards. Got to at Saturday night's main event. And he'll still go into the Rumble with some momentum. But as we said, his chances of winning have greatly diminished. Aaron, hello. Shout out to you, my friends. I said, everyone's talking about Monday, but Tuesday is just 1 year from the greatest promo, The Rock. They can be stars or maybe probably fired. By the way, I love Cody, says Aaron. Aaron, shout out to you. It is true that Aaron is a big fan of The Rock's promo from NXT last year. You might remember that The Rock appeared on that Netflix premiere. And then backstage, wasn't it in the car as he was leaving? He was like, I'll see you tomorrow. And it was like, oh my God, he's going to be at NXT. And then he came out and I don't know. I don't know what the hell happened. I don't know if there was a promo and he forgot it, or if there was never a promo and he was just like, oh, mate, I've done so many promos. I can go out there and I can do it in my sleep. Watch and learn. And then he went out there and proceeded to do what I would do, which is waffle and not really say anything. And everyone just sort of look around and go, this is awkward, isn't it? I'm sorry, why are you here? Sorry. Was there a point to this? I mean, he literally came out and just didn't. He found a way of filling about 15 minutes or so with nothing, which is what I do pretty much every stream. So this is why The Rock is my spirit animal. Yeah. I think, honestly, there's probably a chance there never was a promo. But yeah, if you've never seen it and you quite fancy a laugh, then I would say go back to that. Just know that everyone's expecting some sort of announcement. Everyone's expecting something. And he does proceed to come out and just say absolutely nothing whatsoever for just waffle. And he talking about how great the crowd is at one point, wasn't he? You lot are the lifeblood and all this kind of stuff, You lot are so important, and pointing at all the fans and everything. They're like, yeah, we are. Waiting for the point that never comes. So, sadly, I don't think we're going to get anything like that this year. And people said 2025 was bad. It gave us that. So it can't be bad. My little girl, shout out to you. Appreciate the support, my friend. And firing in some gifted memberships. Really do appreciate it, bud. Thank you, my friend. We do 3 member streams a week, and we did them this week. Just gone. We do them on a Tuesday, a Wednesday, and a Thursday. Obviously, we do streams on a Monday, Tuesday, Friday. Normally on a Saturday, but I don't believe there is anything tomorrow. So I'm just going to catch up again. My plan is to just get everything up to speed, get myself back and, kind of get going with all videos and everything. Hopefully there'll be some over the weekends. I mean, the fact we haven't got a stream should mean that I get something done. But yeah, it's just kind of fallen behind because of family being around on the 25th and the 28th. Means that it was hard to keep on top of those days. And then once you get behind, it's a nightmare. Trying to catch back up is a problem. So, but we will. That's what I'm trying to do at the moment. And yeah, just looking forward to Monday. Honestly, as I said, Monday for me is the start of the year, really. I still feel a little bit like we're in that Christmas week, even though we're probably not. We kind of are. It's still got a weird vibe to it, let's put it that way. But Monday, we're back, baby. So, my little girl, SG1K. Shout out to you, my friends. Mateo said, Daze, this first 3-hour Smackdown in a while, we've got Damian and Aleister in a ambulance match and an 8-woman tag. We got Giulia and Chelsea. And Drew revealing the stipulation. How do we think they'll make 3 hours go? Good. Well, I think what they'll do is they'll just try and make sure that each segment has got something significant in it. So, obviously in an hour, you tend to have, I don't know how many segments, 4 segments, maybe a bit more than that. So we've said, like, 1 segment can be on the Women's United States Championship. 1 segment can be on the WWE Championship. 1 segment can be Damian and Aleister. 1 segment can be on tag titles. And you just kind of fill your segments that way. So what they've got now is another 4 segments that they've got to try and fill. And that means that you're going to have to use your roster, obviously. So anyone that's kind of been sat around in catering and we just have been struggling a little bit time-wise, hopefully we can now find a way of using them. But to be honest with you, I could see there being a couple of NXT stars that make their way to SmackDown. I mean, Trick Williams is one that we expect because Trick Williams is in a relationship with Lash Legends. And so that, that's one that we expect to. So I think Trick and building Trick is going to be a focus for SmackDown. Maybe Oba lands on SmackDown as well, just to help boost things a little bit. Obviously, we know we've got a women's tag team championship match tonight as well. Sometimes the open can connect to the main event. So your main event is going to be a big match, whatever match it might be. Your open might connect, and so that might eat up the open. The open sets up the main event or plays the part with the main event. So I think filling it is honestly not a problem. The problem you've got is quality, because a lot of the matches have been underwhelming when it comes to Raw and SmackDown. And I don't know if it's bad producing. I don't know if it's a lack of Triple H holding the talent to the fire. I don't know if it's the lack of live events. But a lot of matches from you guys get like good 95, something like that. Just really like, yeah, it's fine. It's kind of match that you watch and there's a few moments in it. The finish might be quite nice. But by and large, it doesn't really grab you. And the fans are just sat watching. And, you know, a lot of the time the match doesn't even matter, really. I mean, look at a lot of those women's singles matches we've been doing recently, where we've been doing Bayley against Charlotte, or Alexa against Lash, or Nia against Kairi, or whatever, right? And it doesn't matter who wins. I mean, it's just a way of getting these women on the show so that we can... And now we're doing an 8-woman tag. It's kind of like this is our women's tag division. And it's like we started again. That's how it feels. And we're introducing all of the women, in case you didn't know who they are. So we've been doing that a lot for the past month or so. And a lot of that is just like, who gives a flip? I don't care if Alexa wins. I don't care if Lash wins. It makes no difference whatsoever. I think if they're going to keep doing things like that, that's going to be a bit of a challenge. Because in my eyes, that is achieving nothing but killing time. It's maybe an introduction to those that don't know who these people are, but really, why are you doing singles matches when we're trying to promote a tag division? Why aren't you doing tag teams? Why not do a tournament? Why not just do a tournament, like a women's tag tournament, where we get down to a final and then that's the number one contender, and then that way you can still find a way of getting like the women on the show? I think the truth is, if you did that, and say Raquel and Roxanne got eliminated in round 1, then what do you do with Raquel and Roxanne week 2, week 3, week 4? Because they won't have matches because they won't be in the tournaments. So part of it is to kill time, but part of it is just to get this talent on the show. But the end result is still a nothing match that no one cares about. And that is a problem, really. That is something which is going to be difficult to get rid of. And actually 3 hours means that you might increase the likelihood that there's going to be more of those kinds of matches. I hope not. Because, you know, I don't know about you, but I want to be watching... If I'm going to give some of my time, I want to be watching something that feels like, yeah, I should be watching this. I'm not wasting my life by watching this. This is good, and I should be watching. And the idea that you would sit through something for 2.5 hours and then just get something good at the end, and that's good enough, just doesn't work in the modern day. Because time is precious, and you know, asking someone to give 2.5 hours, like a lot of their evening, to watch a load of stuff that doesn't matter, but you're going to give them something good in the main event, and that's going to be worth it. Nah, that doesn't fly in 2026 or 2025, because in this day and age, you can just watch highlights and there's clips online. So if you just want to see the moment that everyone's talking about, you can find it on X, Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, YouTube. I'm sure WWE will put a short out or a YouTube video that's a little bit longer that gives you more of that moment. You don't have to wait 2.5 hours to get to it, you know? So I think it's a challenge. I think we've got to be realistic in saying there ain't no way that they're going to do 3 amazing hours every single week. It's just not going to happen. I mean, to go from what we've been getting to now all of a sudden expecting 3 amazing solid gold hours where every second feels essential. I mean, that's just not going to happen, is it? So I think what I'm looking for, though, is at least give me something every hour. At least give me, you know, if we get one kind of thing at the end, I don't know. It's hard. Asking for 3 hours of people's time is hard. You really do need to give them something for that. And I think WWE have, unfortunately, fallen into this very comfortable zone of just thinking it's okay to give you something at the end of the show. We'll push a few stories forwards, and then we'll give you a talking point. And a lot of weeks, they don't even give you the talking point. I mean, there's been a lot of weeks where it's like, I just don't even know what the big talking point is. And a lot of people are like, this was completely missable. And that is a problem in 2025 that I really hope does not carry over to 2026. Yes, it's hard to do shows every week where you are demanding people's attention and, you know, giving them stuff they want to see. That's hard. It's not easy. But that's the challenge, isn't it? That's what you've signed up for. You've signed a contract with Netflix, with USA Network, that says we are going to give you X amount of hours of programming every single week, and we are going to try our best to give you the best viewership possible. That's what you've agreed to, and they've gone, here's a load of money. And I don't know, man. I just look at last year, I look at Raw and SmackDown, and I just think, was you really doing that? Or was there some complacency that slipped in? You know, was you really moving mountains to make every Raw and every SmackDown as entertaining as you possibly could? That was honestly your best effort. That was the very best you could do. That is the creative team maxing out, and that is everything they had. We drained every bit of creativity out of them, did we? We wrung every little bit of creative out of the creative teams, and that was the end result. I just find that hard to believe when there were so many matches that didn't matter, and so many matches that were just pretty flat. So many promos where it didn't feel like much was being said. And a lot of shows where people were like, this feels like maybe a 5, maybe a 6. There just wasn't really anything that was worth watching. There's people in the community that are like, I don't know how much longer I can do this, you know? It's like flipping, people were battling a war, and it's like, I just don't know how much longer I can hold on, man. Keep going, keep going. You gotta keep pushing forward. I can't keep going on, man. I can't keep going. You can do it. Think of the family back home. You can do it. There was a lot of people that felt like they were in the trenches. So, yeah, 3 hours is going to be a challenge, right? It's definitely going to be a challenge. And there's definitely going to be segments that are just whatever. But, you know, can they give us enough? Can they give us enough that is worthy of our time? I don't know about you, but I do value my time. I do think my time is important. You know, at some point, we're all going to turn around on our last day and think about what we did with our lives. And, you know, you'll soon realize that at that point that your time was very, very important. And, you know, WWE are asking for a lot of our time during the week. I don't think it's unfair to expect that they repay that by, you know, giving us some entertainment that feels like, oh, yeah, I can't wait to see this. I mean, I will admit, I do have that for tonight's show. And I definitely have it for Monday. I mean, I'm sat here right now, and it's like, yeah, I'm down for the ambulance match. I'm down to see that. I haven't seen one in a while. I'm down to see Giulia against Chelsea. Could be good. I like both. I mean, I'm sure there's going to be shenanigans, but no, I'm down to watch that. That'll be okay. 8-woman tag I don't need, to be honest, because, who gives a flip? Doesn't matter who wins. I mean, it ain't like we don't see them all the time. I mean, maybe if we hadn't seen these women in a month and they were all coming back and it was like, oh, it'd be nice to see them again. We see them every week. See them all the time. So, I mean, it's hard to get excited about seeing Asuka and Kairi again when I feel like I see them more than I see, well, I do. More than I see my brother. I feel like I see Asuka and Kairi and Rhea and Io. They're on all the shows. So it's hard to get excited about a nothing 8-woman tag match. So, I mean, that's an example where, for me, it's like filler, let's just do this because it gets everyone on the show type situation, you know? But we do have to accept that there's going to be times like that. But I just hope, you know, can the ambulance match give us something? Can the stipulation reveal be good. You know, that should be a good segment. I think the Drew Cody stuff has really hit its stride, actually. It's been good recently. You know, the bus attack, the home attack, all of that stuff has been good. So let's see kind of what we do here. And I think the 3 stages of hell match is going to be really good. I mean, if you think about Cody and Kevin at the Rumble, when they were having that like street fight, really, really good, highly rated match. And then you think about Drew and Punk in Hell in a Cell, amazing match. You know, one of the best of this kind of generation. And then you think about these two now are going to go up against each other. Really good. In like a 3 stages of hell. I mean, I can't see how this is not going to work. So I'm down for that segment. Down for the Giulia segment. Chelsea segment. Down for the ambulance segment. Don't need the 8-woman tag match, but I'm not bothered by it. You know, it's not something that's going to, you know, upset me or anything. It's fine. I'll take something else instead, you know, if there's something better that was available. I tell you, I don't feel the need to see everyone each week as well, which I think is maybe something people disagree with. When I grew up, Raw was only an hour, and you didn't see everyone each week. You know, you wouldn't see Bret Hart every week. You certainly wouldn't see Hogan, right? You didn't see people every single week, and that was better, honestly. It was the same with NXT. NXT was an hour when that was on the network, and you didn't see everyone each week. But it was like, join us next week because such and such will be on the show. And it's like, oh, okay. Finn Balor next week. Looking forward to that. You can't miss people if they're never away. And I feel like every week we see a Jay entrance, and you see Jay. Every week you see Asuka and Kairi. Every week you see Rhea and Io. Every week you see everyone. And that's only going to get worse, obviously, with the 3-hour show, but I'm all right. I mean, if you mix it up a bit and don't give me everyone every week, that might be, rather than feeling the pressure to put people in nothing segments just to get them on the show, don't worry about it. It's fine. Give me them when you've got something significant to show me. I don't need to see everyone every single week, but that's one that I think would divide opinion, because there's people out there that are very impatient and they want to see their favorites every single week. I understand that. But it was not that way when I was young. You would go you'd go a little bit of a while before seeing people. Beard Coach said, how would we turn Randy heel? I'm top 1% viewer of 2025. Beard Coach, shout out to you, my friend. Well, I feel like he would have to go after Cody, wouldn't he? I think for me, the Cody feud is the one. So yeah, I'd have a situation where it feels like he's coming down to help Cody and he turns on Cody. I think you'd want to do it where people don't see it coming in. That's going to be hard because we're sat here right now talking about it. And so it feels like 2026, there's a good chance it could happen. I won't be shocked if he's revealed as the person that attacked Jacob. I think he could be the person that attacked Jacob. And Jacob might come out and name Randy. And, you know, all of a sudden, you know, we then start going down that road. Or maybe Jacob comes back, goes after Randy. A little bit like when Jade came back, she went after Naomi. You might have Jacob come back and go after Randy. But I don't know. I don't mind that, but I kind of like the betrayal. I kind of like Randy helping Cody and then bang, out of nowhere, turns on Cody. And then we're underway with a Randy-Cody situation. However it happens, it obviously needs to come as a shock. It needs to come as a surprise. It needs to be out the blue. So, yeah, he could come in and attack. You know, it could be a case that he jumps into the ring and maybe is covered up and then reveals himself to be Randy Orton. But I don't know. We've just done a masked man situation, so I wouldn't do that one because I feel like it's encroaching on what we've just had with Theory. But yeah, I kind of like the one where he comes down to help Cody and then ends up, you know, going after him. I think mainly because I really want that feud. I'd like that this year. If that was SummerSlam, I'll be thrilled. That'd be great. So Beard Coach, shout out to you. Sparta Crow said, Daze, I'm so happy I'm cancer free. Oh, Sparta Crow, what happens? Did you get that news recently? Many, many congratulations. That is fantastic. So Sparta Crow, shout out to you. That is amazing news. Yeah, you'll have to let us know. Don't need to super chat or anything, but in the chat, just let us know. When did you get that news? Was it like the other day? How long have you been battling it? It'd be good to get some details on that. But obviously, most importantly, many congratulations, bud. Sean said, I read that Triple H is going to open the show with an announcement. I want to say thank you for everything you do. I work with individuals with autism and disabilities. They love to watch with me and they enjoy it. Oh, okay. Awesome. Yeah, no, Sean, thank you, my friends. Hey, listen, there's always a chance of Triple H opening the show, isn't there? There's every possibility that happens. I'm not expecting it, just because tonight doesn't feel that special to me. I mean, it's a first of the 3-hour show, so maybe they want to make a big deal out of it. But I don't think they've made a big deal going into this show. Monday is the one that everyone's been shouting about. I mean, genuinely, the other day, I think during the NXT stream, I couldn't even tell you what was happening on this show. I didn't know. So I kind of feel like this show has slipped through the cracks a little bit. But yeah, maybe he does open it and welcome us to the first 3-hour Smackdown, and it's going to be this way. Probably, good 5 months or so. I mean, it's going to be this way up till WrestleMania. They're going to do it after Mania as well. And I think in 2025, it went to about June. So, it's going to be this way for a little while now. So, yeah, maybe he is going to do that. And that's great. Welcome to everyone that joins us. I mean, I've said before, it's very straightforward what we do here. It's not complicated. We just love talking about wrestling. And we just throw thoughts, theories around. People that read stuff bring it to our attention. I read this earlier. I heard this. I do the same where I read about wrestling and the rumors and hear what's being said. I've got to say, by and large, over Christmas, it was relatively quiet, which is pretty normal, to be honest. People are with their families. We know that there was a few bits that went down on the live events. Nothing massive. Cody bringing a kid in the ring type situation. Liv getting a bit freaky during one of her matches. Not much, but just a few little bits that kind of went down over the Christmas period. But yeah, all things considered, relatively quiet. I feel like today the news kind of started to get going a little bit more. I felt like today I was seeing a bit more news than what I had seen over the past week or so. There's a few TV ratings that kind of got revealed. NXT doing just over 600,000, which was okay. Charlotte Flair coming out talking about the fact that, there was no plans for her after Mania. And, how she ended up being with Alexa. Apparently there's an NXT talent that's expected to be on the show tonight, but I'm not going to reveal anything there. Apparently The Rock is not wrestling at this year's WrestleMania, which I think we kind of knew because there'd been lots of rumors about what WrestleMania was going to look like, and The Rock did not feature in any of those rumors. So word coming out that apparently there was an offer, but he is hesitant because he knows his next match is probably his last. Which I think is a real shame, because I need him to face Cody, but I need him to face Roman. I don't see how you don't do both of those matches. I mean, his history with Cody, he can't just not do that now. I mean, they were clearly building to something after WrestleMania 40. Then we do that weird situation where they became friends. We just didn't know about it. Then The Rock's like, hey, friend. Hey, good friend, my friend, because we're friends, sell me your soul. And we were like, sorry, what? Sorry, what? And even Cody was like, sorry, what? And then, of course, because they're such good friends, he told him to F off. No, he told him to go F yourself. You know, as friends do. And then it turned out that John actually had sold his soul. But he hadn't actually sold his soul. I think what John came out and said was we needed a shocking moment for Elimination Chamber. So we just did that. And people criticize 2025. It's weird, isn't it? It is so strange how people are so down on such amazing creative, such a wonderful story that's been told. I'd imagine they all sit around patting each other on the back for how well all of that has gone. But the end result is, I don't flipping know where we are with The Rock and Cody, but I don't feel like they're on good terms, character-wise. I'm sure in real life they are. But character-wise, I don't think they're on good terms. I do kind of feel like, with everything that's happened, we need that match. That's not too much to ask. And then how do you not do Rock Roman? I mean, do you not like money? What's going on? I thought you loved money. I thought it was TKO's favourite thing. You know, we have blood pumping through our veins. TKO has got dollar bills pumping through its veins. I mean, that is such a no-brainer for money, for making money. I mean, anyone that's got any remote interest in wrestling whatsoever, if you used to say to me, you interested in watching The Rock versus his cousin, family member, Roman Reigns, you know, I mean, you talk about two of the biggest stars in the history of the business. Roman Reigns, if you look at his Google trends, is so far ahead of anyone. He's so far ahead of Cody with just chatter and noise. I mean, Roman is the undeniable king when it comes to buzz, attention, aura, spotlight, all of that. All of that. I don't know that it translates to him being number one in merch sales or anything like that, but we know that he's always there or thereabouts. But, yeah, when it comes to, like, video views, Google searches, Roman is undeniably number one. So you take the biggest star of this generation and you take one of the biggest stars of all time, and they just so happen to be related, and you put them in a match and you make lots of money and everyone's happy. How do you not do that match? If he's having one more match, it's Roman in it. To be honest, if he's having one last match, it's Roman. But are you seriously telling me we're not doing the Cody match? I mean, that is just, that is money as well, with everything that's gone down between them. So, I don't know what's going to happen, but the streets are saying that there is no Rock match at this year's WrestleMania. The problem The Rock's got, of course, is that him at his age to get into wrestling shape is a problem. It's a big, big problem. For him to get into any sort of wrestling shape, you know, his body is not wrestling. And actually, his body is going through a lot because he's an actor. And, you know, sometimes he's got to really jack up. And as we've seen at the moment, really slim down. He's playing like a 70-year-old man in a film. And so he's dropped a lot of mass. And he's looking a bit frail. I mean, this ain't great for your body to, like, you know, alter it so drastically. And then somehow within that, you've got to try and train for a wrestling match. I mean, when he was building to WrestleMania 40, he had like about 7 rings, one in LA, one at his home. There was like dotted all over the place. And he had Gallus come out and train with him. And there was a lot that went into him getting into ring shape for WrestleMania 40. I mean, he'd have to do all of that process again. So it's not just a case of, oh, are you free for WrestleMania? It ain't that. It's a case of, are you free for WrestleMania? Are you free in the builds so you can be part of the builds? And also, have you got loads of spare time where you can actually put the work in so you're in some sort of shape? Because being in physical shape and being jacked is completely different to being in wrestling match shape, where you've got cardio, conditioning, and strength, and you've got everything you need, speed, athleticism, everything you need to put on a great match. Completely different to, you know, just going to the gym and picking up weights. So, you know, there's a lot that's going to have to go into getting him ring ready I'm not shocked if he doesn't feel like he's got that commitment in him this year. I'm not shocked if he turns around and goes, yeah, no, I can't do that. Not this year. Maybe next year. Apparently there's a good chunk of money on the table, which is not surprising. There always will be. But, yeah, seemingly not this year for The Rock, which probably not surprising, but still disappointing, because I think people would like to see him part of the build, because the WrestleMania 40 build was so good when he was a part of it. Netforce, shout out to you, said, the Bloodline story is over. Like I said, around WrestleMania, Rock Roman match is pointless. There was more story behind it when the Bloodline was going on. Well, I disagree. I disagree because I think that you can always build a story between those two. You know, you've got the whole tribal chief thing that you can fall back on. You know, you can have The Rock saying you really thought you was ever the tribal chief of this family. A family that involves me. A family that includes me. You actually think that you was a tribal chief of me. And I think it's so easy to build something between those two. You know, you've got a lot of family dynamics that you can dig into. But not only that, you know, you've got professional jealousy. The fact that Roman has had such a successful period, main evented so many WrestleManias. You know, you can easily have The Rock just kind of feeling that Roman's getting a bit too big for his boots. I actually think it's easier to do now because when the Bloodline story was up and running, you was going to need to shift one of them face in order to get to the match, because you don't want to do heel against heel. And Roman, when he was in the Bloodline, was a heel, and The Rock was obviously final boss and he was a heel. Whereas the situation we find ourselves in now, Roman is a face, Rock is, I don't know who knows what Rock is, but I'm guessing final boss, right? He's going to be able to come down and be the final boss. And I think you can very much heat that up and revisit kind of the whole Bloodline thing. So I would have to strongly disagree with saying that it is pointless. I feel like they are two of the biggest stars in WWE history. They're related. There's a lot of history there. I think that you can very easily revisit themes from the Bloodline. Yeah, no problem whatsoever. So I feel like, but my concern is you got to do it quickly, not because we're getting further away from the Bloodline. You can always reference it. I mean, to be honest, if we do Cody against Randy, I hope they reference Legacy. And Legacy was flipping, I don't know how many years ago now, right? 12 years or whatever. So I feel like that's not the concern. But the concern is The Rock ain't getting better. You know, as time is going by, his skills are only diminishing with age. His athleticism, his explosiveness, I mean, it's all, the stats are dropping, you know? So if we leave it too long, then, you know, we're going to get to a point where you just can't do it. I mean, how old is he now? He's in his 50s, isn't he? Rock, Dwayne. 53. He's 53. So, I don't know, man. At what point do you go, yeah, no, I mean, definitely, I don't know. I mean, has he got a couple of years? I actually don't know at what point we go, yeah, no, I think we're done now. I mean, I've got no interest in seeing a 60-year-old Rock. I don't think we need 60-year-old Rock against Roman. I don't know what we're getting out of him at that point. But, I mean, come May, he'll be 54. So, you know, I mean, mid-50s, whatever, I don't know, man. The only thing is, we've only got to get one match out of him, or two, hopefully, if we can do him and Cody as well. But, yeah, I think, you know, that's my concern. Every time we keep leaving it, it's probably resulting in a slightly, you know, worse match every year that goes by. So, Connor said, hello, Connor, shout out to you. Paige coming back since Meechin is hurt, said Brap. A lot of people want to see Paige back. I'm not fussed, honestly. I think she had her time. I think what I saw of her in AEW was very underwhelming. And I think the thought of Paige coming back is maybe better than the reality of Paige coming back. But I don't know. We'll have to see. I mean, she did come out and say that there was ring rust and she was not comfortable when she was in AEW. So there could be some truth to that. If she comes back and hits the ground running and actually, is comfortable and is prepared and they've got good creative for her and they're helping her with the promos and everything, maybe it can work. But I do have a concern there because what I saw from her in AEW was very underwhelming. Calvin said, do we think Theory and Waller cross paths? Maybe Grayson Waller effect or a match? I would imagine they will cross paths at some point in their careers. Whether that's 2026, I don't know. There might be a little backstage moment. I mean, you could absolutely do it because we haven't really had any closure on that front. But both are heels. So it doesn't really make sense to do a match. It doesn't really make sense to build any sort of feuds. I don't feel like they're in each other's orbit. So, yeah, they might bump into each other backstage and have a little moment. Match-wise, well, I think a few years down the road, maybe if Theory turns face, then, that's something else you could revisit down the road. Because we didn't get any closure with the breakup of A-Town Down Under. It just sort of ended. I think largely due to the fact Theory picked up an injury. So, yeah, I'd like to see something between them at some point, but I don't think it's any focus for the moment. Laughing Player said, well, if The Rock comes back, it would be like Goldberg 2.0. I mean, I feel like with Goldberg, he didn't want to put people over, and I think he believed in his own hype more than the fans did. I got to say, though, he did tend to get some pretty good views, and there was a lot of casual fans that viewed him the way that he wanted to be viewed. I mean, there was a reason why we kept using him, and there was a reason why we kept bringing him in, was because certainly around that sort of 2016 time, pre-pandemic, I think the results were actually quite good. But as he was getting title matches without qualifying, as he was winning against The Fiend and things like this, people soon started getting tired of him and frustrated. And people could see the limitations. And then, you got Bret Hart running around saying how much he hates Goldberg. And there was a lot of people, actually, that were quite outspoken about Goldberg, saying that he was so limited, that he believed, he drank his own Kool-Aid, basically, and he believed that he was God's gift when, he couldn't, he was very, very limited in ring. I'm not sure that The Rock coming back would be like that, because The Rock's on the TKO boards. I genuinely think if The Rock was to face Cody, I don't think The Rock would want to put himself over unless there was a second match where he then puts Cody over after. Unless it's part of a story where maybe The Rock wins the first match but Cody gets it back, like we just did with John. I don't think, because The Rock knows that his career is done. And I think The Rock believes that, he is like, the most electrifying man and all that stuff. But I don't think The Rock wants or believes it's even in his best interest or in WWE's interest for him to just put himself over. So I don't know. I feel like Goldberg always felt like he never quite got what he deserved. I always think Goldberg never quite felt like that he got the respect he deserved or the run that he deserved or the praise or anything that he deserved. So I think with Goldberg, I always had this feeling that he always just wanted to take. He wanted to come in and get more for himself, and it was very selfish in that regard. I don't think it's unfair to say The Rock adds a bit of that as well, but not to that extent. And I don't think if he came back now, he would do that. Because he's on the TKO board, he's doing films. I think that he would want to put Cody over. I think he'd want to put Roman over as well. Because I think he would know that, I'm done. I'm out. My time was the Attitude Era. That's what I'm remembered for. And my time is my face-to-face with Hogan, and like these kind of moments. Like, I don't think The Rock feels that need that he's got to win in this day and age. But I think he does like to still be part of the game, though. I mean, Triple H sent him a picture when he went to this this award show, and there was a big poster of The Rock, and it was actually a poster of him wrestling. And you could see the goosebumps. You know how The Rock likes to do this stuff, yeah? That's because he feels the goosebumps when he comes walking out and the crowd are going crazy. Like, that feeling, that's a hard feeling to capture on a film set. And it's time for you to do your scene. You're not, like, covered in goosebumps. But you come walking out into an arena full of people that are reacting to you, and all eyes are on you. And, you're playing this character, and, you know what you're about to go to the ring and do. And it's, it's so exciting. This is why people get into wrestling. This is why people love it. And that is something that I think he loves. He loves the game. He physically reacts to, those moments. And Triple H took a picture and went, "You ain't getting goosebumps like this when you're filming in Hollywood, mate." And, sent him that as a message years and years and years ago. So I think The Rock enjoys playing the game and being part of the game. I don't think he needs the wins. I also think The Rock is obviously a much bigger star than Goldberg. I mean, Goldberg has not had the movie career The Rock has had. I mean, I think The Rock is the most followed American man, one of the most followed people on social media. You see him popping up as a result, promoting films all over the world. He's on chat shows. We have him on chat shows in the UK. Graham Norton show, whatever. Never see Goldberg around. So, I don't know. I feel like they're quite drastically different. I can see the comparison, though, in regards to someone maybe clinging on to fame. Not clinging on to fame, but clinging on to their wrestling career, where maybe it's better to just pack it up, You're 53, about to be 54, your career is definitely done. You're not really around anymore. You're just coming back and taking a spot away from a younger talent. I don't know. I do feel The Rock is a bit of an exception. We are talking about one of the most recognizable men in the world. And I think everyone can agree that what he contributed to the build to WrestleMania 40 was fantastic. That build, and certainly his promos online as well. I mean, he was putting out little videos on social media that were so good. And that bit where he's like whipping Cody in the rain, I mean, I still put that as one of the best Raw or SmackDown moments from the past, 3-4 years. I mean, honestly, since the pandemic, that might be the moment. What's the best Raw or SmackDown moment of the past 5 years? I mean, it might be The Rock whipping Cody outside his bus in the rain, trash talking him. I mean, it was such an impactful segment. So good. So I think, he is someone that tends to bring really good creative, good moments with him as well. He's got his own writer, hasn't he, Brian Gerwitz? I think that helps. I think The Rock has got such power that, unlike Goldberg, who just kind of comes in and has to do what he's told, The Rock obviously has much more influence than that. So I think he can make sure that when he comes in, it's a truly significant segment as well, and that helps him a lot. Whereas Goldberg has to come in and pretty much he can feed back, but by and large, he's going to have to do the creative that gets given to him. He doesn't come in with his own writer or anything, so. Pythagoras, shout out to you, said, are you from Birmingham or Warsaw or something? Am I from Birmingham or Warsaw or something? I am from Stourbridge. My family are from Birmingham, so my mum and my dad are. Pythagoras said, are you bald under that hat? No. And there are plenty of videos and pictures of me without the hat. Pythagoras said, you called Goldberg selfish, but you ignored me twice. I got to all your comments, but I don't get a chance to get to the messages the second they come in. But I always get to Super Chats before the end of the stream. So, yeah, as people are leaving their comments in, I like to try and finish off conversations before moving on to something new. I never know what people have put in their super chat messages, and it might start a whole new conversation. So I want to make sure we're rounding off one conversation before starting another one. King Gamer said, do we think Goldberg is one of the greatest attractions? Are we surprised that Vince pushed him so hard? Because he's an old WCW guy. King Gamer, shout out to you. I think that Vince... Okay, there's a couple of things to unpack there. Do I think it's one of the greatest attractions? Yes. But his best period was obviously the end of WCW. And that was a very specific time period. And I think that the presentation of him was amazing. His streak was amazing. The way that they kind of built him up. And, it was a bit organic as well. People caught on to the streak and, they wanted to then see him, and there hadn't really been anything like that at that time. I mean, obviously we've had like Asuka's streak, we've had the Undertaker's streak, there's been other streaks. But that streak at that time was really good, was really, really well presented. So I think that we had lightning in a bottle, and I think that was amazing. We do bring him into WWE, and obviously, he's at WrestleMania 20, but it doesn't really work out, to be honest. And, the run he has there, it's not quite right. To be honest, I think we probably could have done more at that point, but maybe there was a little bit of Vince, you're not my guy type situation, I do think, though, that gets blown a little bit out of proportion. Because I think the one thing we can agree on that Vince likes more than anything else is money. And I think that if you can help Vince make money, if you can help Vince bring in views, then I think Vince is on board. If you can bring success and money and views, amazing, yeah? I think there is a truth, though, that it does bother Vince if you're not his creation, because it'll always feel a little bit like you're getting the rewards for someone else's work. And so I think there is some truth to that. I think there is some truth to the fact that if you wasn't created by him, you're not his creation. There's a little bit of an awkwardness there. He has to find a way of making it his. And so, Goldberg's around, doesn't really work out, ends up going. I think by the time we're talking 2016, though, there's a lot of water under the bridge by that point. So much has gone down. The world is in a different place. WCW is a distant memory. By that point, it's been gone like 15 years. And I think that, again, it goes back to Vince loving money, loving ratings. And I think at that point, Vince is like, let's go. Yeah. We've got some new, fresh, exciting. We can do something here. That win over Brock at Survivor Series in like a few seconds was truly shocking. Really shocking. Brock was the guy. He had ended the streak in 2014. He'd been the guy. And then, Goldberg's in and just murking him in a few seconds. Goldberg does to Brock what Brock had been doing to a lot of other people. And so, yeah, that was a really shocking moment. But I think Vince knew that he had someone there that he could invest in and he could build and he could work with and actually use for the foreseeable future. Not that he was going to be like the next Roman Reigns or anything, because I think Goldberg was always going to work a part-time sort of contract. So it's not like he was going to be around all the time. But yeah, he was going to work like on a part-time sort of basis. But someone that you could always bring in for the big shows that you could use, boost the ratings. And the numbers were good. The numbers for Goldberg were good. The reason Goldberg's got such a bad rep now is because of everything that's happened really since 2016. It's the fact that he has come in and just been given title matches. It's the fact that he has come in and sort of not put other people over like The Fiend. That really annoyed people. That one really upset people. Add in the fact he has that really bad match with Undertaker as well, which was a bad look. Add in the fact that, as we said, he was just getting title opportunities without really earning them. Just he'd come down to the ring and go, "You're next," and that's it. Add in the fact his matches were not that great. I don't think anyone was looking at Goldberg matches as him having a banger. Add in the fact you've got people online like Brett going off on him, and you can just see it chipping away. I think by the time we're in the pandemic, coming out of the pandemic, people are done, really. But that is because of things being chipped away at. You go back to what we saw of him in 2016 and the impact he has. I mean, yeah, he is hot and he's getting good numbers. So I think Vince was probably right to see a big star from the past that he feels he could do something with. He invested in that. He got the results from that. As time has gone by, it's kind of diminished. And, he ends up kind of retiring to Gunther and, sadly not being given much time to talk, which I do think is a real shame. I do think I'm not going to say that they did that on purpose as disrespect, but what I can say is that if they had more respect for him, they would have guaranteed that he had time to say what he wanted to say. It's all well and good saying, "Oh, we needed to get out at this time. We were on TV." We gave him like a few minutes at the end to say what he wanted to say. If there was more respect for him, if there was more warmth to him, then I think they would have guaranteed that time. You wouldn't have booked anything else in that second hour, and you would have guaranteed that he would have had 10, 15 minutes to basically say what he wanted to say. Part of it, to be honest with you, though, is he's unpredictable. With him now done with wrestling and not ever wrestling again, giving him a live microphone, what's he going to say? Part of it might be we're live. He's done. He's someone that always speaks his mind. Giving him a live microphone. So, honestly, I would not be shocked if Triple H is interviewed in the future or Bruce Pritchard is interviewed in the future and they basically say, yeah, Goldberg with a live mic. That does not sound like a good idea, does it? Not when he's just retired and he's now free to say whatever he wants to say. So I wouldn't be shocked if there was a bit of that at play as well. But, it's a shame how it goes. It's a shame that we couldn't give him more time for whatever the reason. But, undeniably an attraction. Undeniable. I mean, who was it? It was flipping Stephen Thingy, wasn't it, on ESPN? Put him as number one in his list. And people keep coming onto that show going, Goldberg's your number one wrestler ever. What is it? Stephen A. Smith, is it? I can't remember his name, but he has Goldberg as his number one wrestler. Triple H called him out for it. Gunther's called him out for it. But again, Stephen A. Smith is clearly someone that knows wrestling and has watched wrestling. And he's clearly someone that probably doesn't watch the current product, right? He's probably watched the Attitude Era or whatever. But he is someone that has put Goldberg at number one. Those people are out there. There's people out there that still remember that WCW run and still value what he did. So for a lot of us, we're like, Goldberg, whatever. Right place, right time, really. Right place, right time, brilliant creative, an attraction, definitely deserves some flowers, but he ain't making my top 10, and he certainly ain't making my number one. He ain't even making my top 20. But there are people out there that still, have got good feelings towards him, good vibes towards him. The Crab King, shout out to you. Crab King says, out of the roster now, who do we think would be the next big commentator? At the moment, for me, Bully from the Last Generation would be good. Who would be the next best commentator? That's interesting. I think The Miz could do something. He's a decent talker, very clear, and knows the WWE way. So it's not about calling moves, is it? So I feel like The Miz could probably transition into it. I think Daniel Bryan is transitioning into it, isn't he, on AEW? And you've got Samoa Joe did it a little bit. He was all right. Samoa Joe was okay. I think anyone that's got good, clear communication, someone that obviously can talk and easy to understand, someone that when they get enthused, again, keep that clarity, someone that can really get across the story of the match, can call the odd move, but moves are not important. Moves are just like the brushstrokes, really. It's more important that you tell the story of the picture that's being painted rather than calling out the individual brushstrokes. So, certainly in WWE, I know it's a bit different in AEW. But yeah, I think someone like The Miz, I'm just trying to think of like good talkers that are very clear, that can communicate. Someone like LA Knight, when he hangs it up, might be pretty good as well. They're pretty good talkers. I don't know what they're like when they get enthusiastic, though. I mean, I think this is where Michael Cole shines. I think when you know, the moments are really getting dramatic and you need to kind of really punch through with that enthusiasm, can you do that and not turn into a squeaking, squealing mess like Pat does? You know, to me, this is like one of the big criticisms I have of his commentary, is that when it's time to really punch in with those moments, can you keep your clarity? Can you really deliver? And I think Michael's very good at it. In fact, I like Corey. I like Wade. I like our current setup. Vic Joseph as well. You know, he's coming through from NXT. And he is obviously very skilled. So if something happens to Michael or something happens to Joe, you know, Vic Joseph is right there. I like Vic Joseph. Okay, we are just a moment away. We've got the countdown on screen. We are literally seconds from going over to the show. Welcome, everyone. This is, if you are just joining us, Smackdown. And it is 3 hours Smackdown tonight. Here we go. Dormouse, hello. Many hugs, much love, respect to everyone. Dormouse, shout out to you. I hope you're well. Hope you had a good Christmas and a good New Year's. I was only thinking about you the other day, actually. I was like, I don't feel like I've seen Dormouse in a hot minute. So, hello. Right, we are going live, and we are live, so that's good. We've had a few tape shows recently where we've had to be trying to keep in sync, and it's been a bit of a nightmare. But we are live tonight. Connor said, do we see Trick choosing SmackDown? I think so. He's in that relationship with Lash, and a lot of people have pointed towards that as a reason as to why SmackDown feels like the most likely destination. If you are joining us, we have got an ambulance match tonight with Damian and Aleister. We're going to be hearing from Drew. He's going to reveal those stipulations. We got Chelsea and Giulia in a United States Championship match, and we've got a big 8-woman tag match as well. Denise, hello, said, do we think the Wyatts will add a member to go against the MFTs? Not expecting a member to be added, no. If they do add anyone, it would be Alexa, but that does not make sense for the MFT feud. So I can't say that I'm expecting them to add. I can't say I've even heard any rumors that they're going to add anyone. And to be honest with you, I don't think they need to add anyone, because I think that group's big enough. So it's probably makes more sense for, say, Tonga Loa to just hang out on the outside. I think we'll do some tag matches, some singles matches. We might end up with a big kind of 8-man tag. And if it just means someone's got to skip it, then so be it. James said, Daze has the potential to be the greatest SmackDown of the year. That's true, James. Well said. This does have the potential to be the best SmackDown of the year. Days, just a quickie. How are things going? Hello, Edwards. I drank loads on New Year's Eve. I've had a good idea. I've got a huge exciting announcement. Edward, shout out to you. I hope you've recovered from your big drinking sessions. We are just looking back at what went down the past couple of weeks between Cody and Drew. Actually don't know what's opening the show tonight. Do you know, it feels weird that this thing's going to be like 3 hours. It's like, oh, 3 hours, that's long. But I mean, if you think about it, Raw tends to be like 2.5. So, and we've done 3-hour shows on a regular basis. SmackDown was 3 hours for a lot of 2025. But because it's been 2, it's just like, well, strap yourselves in. It's going to be a long night. But I mean, it's going to be okay. Part of me is like, have I got my sleeping bag? Have I got some hot cocoa? I need to get settled in here for like the long haul. Over 170 days, this feud between Aleister and Damian, but it ends tonight, said It's Kaz. It's Kaz, hello. Shout out to you, buds. Amazing. 3, 2, 4, 6, 6. Keep up the work, Daze. Love the vids. Shout out to you, bud. Yeah, Unseens, everything. They'll be back. Don't worry. In fact, like, my plan is to get some up for the weekend. So, there's a few, but I need to get the video sorted. It's just bits, really. This is what I'm trying to catch up with. So, appreciate it, buds. Okay, here is Cody stepping out of his bus. Cody Rhodes, the undisputed WWE champion, steps out of his bus and he's making his way towards the arena. There's Charlotte and Alexa arguing about who's taller. I don't know why. There is Rhea and Io. Nia and Lash arriving. It was spoken about the other day about watching people arrive and do we need to do it? And honestly, I don't think we do. I mean, all it does is it just helps you preview what's coming up, doesn't it? We're just seeing people arrive and we just get to talk about, hey, tonight we're doing this, we're doing that. You can see the arena behind these two. You can see that was recorded much earlier. There's no one in the arena. There's an ambulance. No pinfalls, no countouts. You just got to put your opponent in the back of the ambulance. I like it. Let's go. Michael Cole, Corey Graves. More superstars, more action. Okay, here's The Miz. The Miz is coming out to say a few words. Okay. I'm so sick of hearing Happy New Year, says The Miz. Okay. He wants to air his grievances. Are we going to bring out Oba or something? So The Miz is in the ring and he's moaning and complaining, but I don't know, man. I'm stuck here. He's not really in a big feud. Miz is right, says Glockness. I like his suit, said Penny for your thoughts. He has got a nice suit, actually. It does look good. Okay, so The Miz says that respect is expected, not just from the rookies. I'm thinking Oba, but I don't know, man. Okay, he's just going through lots of grievances. Has anyone seen Marty Supreme? I don't know anything about it. Oh, yeah. The little balls nickname is back, isn't it? Is that really Tiny Balls? Is that really what we're going to do with The Miz? We're just going to go back to Tiny Balls? I mean, I'm not against it, but okay, so that means it is going to become a thing again. This is not going to be a thing again. Means it's definitely going to be a thing again. John Cena's gone. We can't see him and we don't want to see him. Unlike this city, I actually win championships, says The Miz. They've given him a lot of time here, haven't they? This is such a weird way to open up the show. Okay. Oh, it's Randy. It's Randy that's coming down, just as The Miz calls himself the locker room leader. Daddy's home. The real locker room leader has arrived. Randy, we haven't seen him in a little while. Obviously, Randy, he wasn't even at Saturday night's main event. He was over in Saudi Arabia, kind of doing some stuff to promote Royal Rumble and doing a few bits over there. So we missed Randy for Cena's last show, last match. So it's been a little while, honestly, since we've seen Randy. Nice reaction as Randy is making his way down to the ring. And I did wonder why we were starting with such a long Miz promo. Obviously makes a lot more sense now. So Randy Orton making his way down to the ring, looking out at the fans. I did wonder if Oba was coming down. I really got strong Oba vibes at first. We know they teased him going to SmackDown, teased him going to Raw. I thought if we were just going to start the year with Oba basically announcing he's on SmackDown now. Okay, so Randy is about to get into the ring. Good to have him back, actually. I mean, obviously, we're going to need to get him into Summit for WrestleMania. Oh, lovely little tease. Lovely little tease. Oh. Yeah. Lovely. Oh. He absolutely just pooped his pants, The Miz, then. Absolutely pooped his pants. He thought he was getting RKO'd into 2027. Randy has come down, gone over to the corner. Miz got scared, said Loch Ness. He did. Fair play, actually. Was Randy announced for SmackDown? No. Not on the official preview. Daddy Orton sign in the crowd. So Randy pointing out at the crowds. Do it. Do the RKO, says crowd. I feel pretty confident you will see one. With The Miz in the ring right now, I'm pretty confident you will see one. Okay, so Randy has made his way down to the ring. Crowd are all fired up. He looks great as well. I mean, we've got to say, he's got a great size to him. He always looks great, though, to be honest. Okay, The Miz all fired up. He's like, let's go, Buffalo. Randy Orton is back. Let him hear it. RKO is the chant. RKO is the chant. RKO. RKO. Miz is like, not me. You can chant that, but not me. It's good to have you back. As I was saying, we are the adults in the room. We are the faces. We are the locker room leaders. Let's go. We could be Miz KO. Oh, the crowd don't love that. The crowd don't love Miz KO. Miz. Oh, there's the RKO. There's the RKO. So Randy didn't even get a chance to say a few words. He delivers the RKO to The Miz. The Miz still had his hand up like that as Randy shakes it. Miz is on the ground smiling. I don't know why The Miz is smiling. He says, you want one more? He's got The Miz up. Happy New Year! Boom! And I tell you what, the crowds are entertained. And that's it. I mean, that is a segment basically to bring Randy back. Crowd loved it. He's going to surely do something big at WrestleMania. Surely we've got some good plans for him in 2026. 2025 was really underwhelming. He has that tag match with, like, Jelly Roll. WrestleMania, we didn't have an opponent because, obviously, the injury to Kevin. So Joe Hendry came out, but it was a nothing match. It was a short match. Hopefully we've got something juicy for him in 2026. Okay, we got Asuka, we got Kairi. I could see him turning heel by the end of tonight, said Chris. Okay, we got Kabuki Warriors, we got Nia, we got Lash. Okay, so Nia and Lash are like, we're going to help you retain those titles. But then you're going to owe us a shot at those belts. Tag title match on Monday. You guys should be ready for Kabuki Warriors. Asuka does the Kairi call, and off they go. I don't know if it's going to be this... Yeah, it is. It's the 8-woman tag match now. Okay, Humble Rumble. Shout out to you. Said, I've been a Drew fan since he won the Rumble in 2020. My favourite match of his was Clash of the Castle against Roman. Run it back at WrestleMania. Well, I think that's the concern, honestly, is there have been some rumours of the WrestleMania card. They don't feature Drew. So that's where I'm thinking he is not going to be victorious. Yeah, I think Drew's a real interesting one. He's a heel, so he's not going to have the merch sales. He's not going to have the merch numbers. He hasn't had the machine behind him like other people have, like Roman, like Cody. But there is this groundswell of support for him still, so it's a tricky one, honestly. I feel like there's lots of people that want to see Drew get his opportunity, but I don't know that WWE are looking for that, or if this was just a feud for Cody, a good credible feuds just to get us through the end of the year into 2026. The word on the street is Roman Cody, and that's going to be WrestleMania. And if that is true, then it's hard to see Cody obviously losing the title to Drew. So I think Drew's a real interesting one because there's a lot of people that are on board with him winning. But, well, we'll have to wait and see. There are some out there thinking that he might win and then drop it back before WrestleMania. But to be honest with you, I don't think the Drew fans are looking for that. I don't think the Drew fans are going to be thrilled if he beats Cody and then drops it back before Mania. I think if you're going to invest in Drew, if you're going to go with Drew, go with Drew. Do you know what I mean? Pull the trigger, do it properly. I just don't think that's the plan because of the rumors that we've heard. So, but we'll have to wait and see. He's definitely got a chance. There's definitely a chance, and that groundswell of support for him only seems to be growing. So, it's going to be interesting. Obviously, he's going to have a lot of support on the European tour. I mean, he is from Scotland. Certainly when they're in the UK, he should enjoy a lot of support. Cody will get a lot of support as well, though. There's a lot of people that like Cody, so it's a tricky one. I really don't know which way they go, because as we said, they could pull the trigger on Drew and then have him drop it back. But if that is the plan, I wouldn't do it. Honestly, I think if you're going to go with Drew, go with Drew. So I'm expecting Cody to win as a result, but there is a chance for Drew. Fuzzy Balls said, what I want to see in 2026 is Trish and Lita as tag champs. They're both still in phenomenal shape. You could see that. I mean, we did have Trish and Lita both as tag champs. Was it last year? Or 2024? But not at the same time, because Becky was involved, wasn't she? So we kind of have been very close to that, but like Trish and Lita, just those two as a tag team, and then being tag champs, I don't believe we've done. So we could. It's not impossible. Jay Lee Tuma said, 17 months. I'm really grateful for this channel. I'm really grateful for you joining us, bud. So Jay Lee, shout out to you, my friends. And Blue Zotic says, EO versus Jade, please. Okay. Yeah, I could see that. The only thing is, I think we're going to do Jade Bianca. So if you do EO Jade before, I don't think EO wins. If you do EO Jade after Mania, I don't know that a belt's going to be involved. I could see Bianca facing Jade. I suppose Bianca doesn't have to win. Does Bianca lose to Jade at WrestleMania? I kind of presume Bianca would win. I mean, she is the better wrestler, undeniably the better wrestler. But you could make the argument Jade has got a slightly better look. I mean, Bianca looks amazing. Bianca looks, you know, $1 million. Does Jade look 2 million, though? I think she's that little bit bigger, size-wise. Don't know, debatable, isn't it? I kind of presumed that it would be a win for Bianca. Maybe not. Maybe Jade would get the dub. Okay, we're back from commercial break. Backstage, we've got Cody and Randy. Oh, Randy says he's coming for the championship. Deep breath there by Cody. Okay, we got Nick Aldis now. He's just speaking to Cody, letting him know. If you touch him, you forfeit this. Cody says, Nick, you don't have to worry. Everyone's doing a great job, Sane. So there we go. Backstage, Randy lets Cody know that he's coming for that championship. Okay, Kabuki Warriors making their way out. Metal Mama said, if you have Bianca coming back, choosing Naomi, who's out and comes back as her friend, forgiving her, beats the groceries out of Jade, takes the belt not only for her, but for Naomi too. So you would have Bianca get the win over Jade. And do it for Naomi as well. I think Bianca would be the face. Naomi was a heel. I think that would be a bit hard to tell. Because I'm pretty sure Jade would be the heel because she's leaning into being a heel now. And I think if Bianca comes back, I think she would come back and be the face unless we pivot Jade to being a face. I sort of feel like if you're going to mention Naomi, who was a heel when she left and she did attack Jade, you're probably going to have to be a heel. If you say, I'm going to do it not just for me, but for Naomi as well. Kabuki on the outside, if I've read that right. V85 said, I predict 2026 is going to be a year that we get wrestling days, shipping him with various wrestlers. Fanfic. I don't know what fanfic is. V85? V85, I hope you will. I'd 100% have a comeback, but do it for Naomi, but she never chooses whose side she's on. She would do it for justice for her friend, not as a heel, as a face, as a good friend. Yeah, but Naomi was a heel. Naomi was wrong to attack Jade. So Naomi attacked Jade and took Jade out for months. Jade came back and obviously went after Naomi, but Naomi was the heel in that feud. If Bianca comes back as a good person, why would she want to defend the actions of her friend who went rogue and was bad? That starts getting a bit confusing for me because Naomi was a heel. What Naomi did was wrong. She blindsided Jade. She attacked Jade. I don't think you can bring the Naomi thing in. I think you're muddying the waters with Bianca. Because if Bianca is going to be a babyface, she's going to have to do things for the right reason, obviously. I don't think she can be a babyface and defend the actions of Naomi. Honestly, I don't think they would include Naomi. I think they would keep that sort of separate. It might be referenced. It'd be hard to not reference it, but I don't think that they would bring it in massively. But I do think Jade Bianca feels like the direction that we're going to go. Daze, wasn't it discussed about Braun Roman as a potential WrestleMania main event? Braun wins the title Monday, Roman wins the Rumble. That's sorted. Punk wins Chamber, challenges Drew, then you could free up Cody. I don't know how serious Roman Braun has been discussed, to be honest. I think the latest I've heard is Roman and Cody. That seems to be the loud message. So, what are you saying? You do Braun, Roman, Punk challenges Drew, then you free up Cody. To be honest with you, Bud, I think that's probably a bit of wishful thinking of like, that is, how do we book Drew winning the belt and find a way to wrestle? That's not the report. The word on the street is Roman, Cody, WrestleMania. Roman apparently wants to get like his belt back, get revenge for the loss at WrestleMania 40. Roman feels like he's a bit of a backseat driver now rather than, you know, the face of the company, and they dig into that. So I don't, there's no report of Drew being champion at WrestleMania. Doesn't mean those reports are correct. I mean, obviously there are ways that you can get there, but I've not seen any reports of any matches of Drew as champ at Mania. Fuzzy Ball said, I want to see Rhea Raquel matches. They're physically intense and they're entertaining. They've faced a few times. I think they're trying to get Raquel to a point where she can like really break out. I think it's going to be difficult because I think she's gone in Judgment Day and I think she's got a bit comfortable. I don't know that Raquel is someone that's like really desperate to go out on her own, and I think she needs that. That would be a good piece of advice for Raquel, would be, you know, you need to be not just playing nice in Judgment Day. You know, you need to be ready to, you know, leave that group and stand on your own 2 feet and be a force like Rhea is on her own. Kind of feels like Raquel went into Judgment Day and just got real comfortable. So that would be like a little bit of a criticism. I think size-wise, and as you said, intensity-wise, she's got a lot to offer. But is she chomping at the bit to like break out of that group and go on her own and murk the women's division? I don't feel that hunger. She might have it, but it's just not coming across at the moment with the character. So I'm down for Raquel, honestly, to kind of get out there. I feel like she's been in Judgment Day for a while. And, you know, there are a few teases between her and Liv. We could definitely do a Liv-Raquel feud in 2026. So there might be some plans in place. I hope there are. But I just feel like if Raquel was to leave Judgment Day, she would feel like the female Damian Priest. Damian Priest is also someone I think that has really struggled to be out of Judgment Day. He just doesn't feel like he can really stand on his own 2 feet. I mean, the feud with Aleister Black's been going on and on and on. We're excited about tonight because it's an ambulance match. But there's been a lot of criticism for this feud. And about how it's just kept dragging on and how it's never ending and how, you know, Drew, we tried him as champ and it didn't really work. And I do worry that Raquel could just be the female version of that, you know. Breaks out and doesn't really stand on her own 2 feet. Big kick there by Charlotte. She's murking Lash and Rhea at the moment. Hate that. I hate that flipping cartwheel into a clothesline. It looks more like an inconvenience than it does like really nicely flow. Charlotte right now stepping on Nia. Going up, looking for the moonsault. Triple H has tweeted out the fact that he is back. Lovely moonsault there by Charlotte. Kick out by Nia. Kick out by Nia. A lot of people reporting the news in regards to The Rock. That seems to have really been the big story of the day. We spoke about that, him not being at this year's WrestleMania. Charlotte going over to the outsides. Big boot. Over half an hour into the show. Going through. We've got Happy New Year on the barricade. And on the edge of the ring as Nia drops a leg. And shoulder up there by Charlotte. I kind of like the graphics that are like exploding and confetti in the corner. They look good. Apparently Kit Wilson has got a match tonight, but we don't know against who. Carmelo is going to have a match against Johnny Gargano as well. Roll up there by Charlotte. Kick out by Asuka. Charlotte grabbing the leg. Looking for a figure four. She's going to bridge into the 8 as Asuka goes over to the corner. She's going into the figure 8, but Kairi's climbing up. Asuka in trouble. Kairi taking her time. Delivers the elbow. And that breaks the holds. Alexa's in. She grabs Kairi. Kairi, though, hurls Alexa to the outside. Io is reaching. Crowd are chanting for Io. Charlotte coming over, looking to make that tag. Tag is made. Io comes in. Duck underneath. Going up. Taking Asuka Rhodes. Lovely stomp there by Io. Duck underneath. Io to the outside. Swing and a miss there by Kairi. She works on the arm. Io climbing up. She's perched. Asuka, Kairi, missile drop kick. Both of them go down. Kip up there by Io. Into the emotes. Io grabbing Asuka. Coming over, trying to make the tag there to Rhea, but on the outside is Nia. Rhea goes hard into the barricades. Big boot there by Asuka. Io goes down. Asuka against the ropes. Going for a hip attack. No joy. Kick to the back there by Io. It's very fast-paced action. Oh, I tell you what, she did so well to keep her balance there, Io. She went on that top rope. Woof. She came, like, you could see the rope wobbling, and Io was, like, having to keep her balance. She launches off, but goes into a big boot there by Lash, and goes down for a 2 count. We're going to commercial break. Aaron said, this is a very important year for Cody. He's had a very mid-title run, both times. Great matches with Owens, Cena, AJ, but nothing memorable. Yeah, I agree. I mean, that's what I would look to do, is I would look to make his run better. I mean, I do think this feud with Drew has been good in recent weeks. As we said, you know, Cody going around Drew's house, the attack on the bus, a decent segment, I thought, last week as well. Like, there's been some stuff in this. Considering a lot of Cody's feuds have been people just challenging him and then we just build to a match and, you know, there's not really too much to it. Nia mocking the emote. This one feels like it's had some substance to it, so this has been good. I think, you know, if we do him and Randy, there could be a lot to dig into there. That could be juicy. Lash going for the cover. Kick out there by Io. People just talking about Kit Wilson and his match tonight. We don't know against who. They did say to him last week they had they had an idea, they had an opportunity. I wonder if that's going to be one of those NXT call-ups. Willow said, why should Drew lose the title before Mania? Why couldn't Drew go to Mania as champ? To me, Cody, Roman, Punk, Drew, Jacob, Rollins, Braun, world title. Yeah, I mean, he can go into WrestleMania as champion, but there's no reports or rumors of that happening. So when we're talking about likelihood as to who's going to win when those two face in Germany, for me, the likelihood is that Cody wins because the rumors, the reports are that Cody and Roman is the direction for WrestleMania. And that's not set in stone, but there's nothing that I've heard to say that Drew is going to be a champion at WrestleMania. So there is a thought that Drew could win and then drop the belt before Mania as a result. But as I said, I mean, I wouldn't do that. I think if you're going to invest in Drew and go with Drew, then go with Drew and give him a proper run with, you know, a few feuds sort of lined up. So, yeah, for me, I am thinking they go with Cody for the reasons that we've said. I mean, it doesn't bother me who they go with. If they stay with Cody, that's fine, but just, you know, book the run better than it's been. Although, as I said, I do think this stuff they've been doing with Drew has been good. And if you go with Drew, that's fine, but, you know, just make it a really good feud. Okay, we're coming back from commercial break. Logan said, could it be Trick or Oba to face Kit? It could, but yeah. Mystery person, you got to think it's someone interesting, so yeah, it could. Big Time said commercials are feeling a bit brutal tonight. James said, Stone Cold is doing an interview with Chris Van Vliet on his Broken Skull sessions, on his Broken Skull Ranch. That'll be interesting. Jordan said, last time WWE did a 3 stages of hell was Johnny and Adam Cole. First one was a standard match. Second, a street fight. Third was steel cage, said Jordan. Jordan, thank you. Stone said, going to Drew's house was good, but it won't beat Hangman burning down Swerve's house. Tag being made. Here's Rhea. Clothesline. Lovely kick there to Asuka. Clothesline there by Rhea as Kairi goes down, and again. Kairi gets spun into Asuka. Asuka goes down. Kairi planted. Rhea against the ropes. Big boot. Lovely work there by Rhea. Kieran said, do we think Asuka will turn on Kairi if they lose the tag titles? I'm going to say no. I think that there could be a feud between them, but I think if I was going to do that, I think I would build up some sympathy for Kairi first. Bang. Lovely work there by Alexa. Laying out. This has just been like a million miles an hour for quite a while now. Yeah, I'm glad she caught her. I mean, she was just standing there basically staring at Kairi. I think if Kairi had landed something on Rhea, then it would have looked really poor. Because Rhea was just standing there waiting. Riptide to Kairi. EO gets tagged. This feels like the beginning of the end. Moonsault connects. 1, 2, 3. There it is. EO gets the pin on Kairi. And it is a win for the babyface team. Alexa, Charlotte, EO, and Rhea beat the Kabuki Warriors, Lash, and Nia. Right, we need to get match scores. We're backstage with Nick Aldis. I tell you what, the pace of this feels quite tight, though. Oh, there she is. Jordan Grace. Oh, my God. We so need babyface women. Desperately. Okay, so we still don't know. Potentially, she is the newest caller. There was rumors of that before the show started. Okay. Wouldn't it be better to be a fighting champion? I am fighting. I'm fighting for my life on the internet. Aren't we all? Impeachment has been mentioned. Michael Cole is voting. Blimey now, what the hell is this entrance? This is like a Tyler Breeze type thing. Wow. A brand new Kit Wilson. Is he still doing the toxic masculinity thing? I'm guessing not. Honestly, I had no idea who was coming out, but during the theme it goes, Kit Wilson! Who's he facing though? That's the question. Who is Kit Wilson? Who's he facing? I don't hate that theme, to be honest with you. I feel like there's been a fair bit of work go into those graphics. And that is not just a generic bit of music, is it? I mean, it does scream enhancement talent. It does sort of scream low end of the card, but you do need that in wrestling. Not everyone can be a flipping main eventer. So, okay. I have not heard that theme before. I've certainly not seen those graphics before. We are at commercial break. Jordynne Grace was backstage. She would be an excellent addition to this roster. What happened to Elton Prince? I believe he picked up an injury. But the severity of that injury must be pretty severe, mustn't it? Yeah, he separated his shoulder in July. So it's a tag match back in July. I mean, they can't. There's been no word since, or nothing that I've seen since. There was an article, every injured star and when they're expected to return. This was from Sportster. And they just said, yeah, we don't know. Elton Prince, when is he back? Well, either way, I mean, they've decided they want to do something with Kit Wilson. I mean, it's going to be low-end card stuff. Do you remember that toxic masculinity nonsense? That was so rubbish. I genuinely don't know what they thought they were going to get out of that. They thought they were going to get Summit. But, okay, yeah, okay. His Tron reminds me of like an 80s music video. Yeah, a bit like a Ha Take On Me. That kind of animated cartoon sort of thing. I can see that. Jordan said, Daze, it's going to be Joe Hendry, Trick Williams, or Oba. Yeah, you could be right. Normally when it is a bit of a mystery person like this, you know, they haven't teased it too much. They did mention it last week, and then they've shown a graphic this week. I mean, it would be a bit disappointing if we just bring out flipping Otis or someone. It's got to be something significant. Otherwise, why don't you just announce it? Jordan on SmackDown. Nick said she was the newest member of the roster. I think she's trying to decide, is she not? Because when Chelsea came in, she said she's making this decision a lot easier. So I think we're trying to decide. Yeah, apparently what he said is, I've got big plans for SmackDown in 2026. I want Jordan to be part of those plans. But I think Jordan is currently deciding whether she is going to be on SmackDown or Raw. Jericho, Rumble return is a possibility, said Riley. Yes. WWE needs a Stone Cold-like character. Too many of the others are wearing suits and forgetting they're wrestlers and nothing more, says Larry. Okay, Kit Wilson is in the ring. I am Kit Wilson. I'm in Buffalo. Is he still going with the toxic masculinity thing then? He says he's redefining masculinity. And he's calling the fans toxic. Oh my God, Zack Ryder again. Whoa, what's this about? I mean, him being in the John Cena tournament was understandable, but I don't know. Is this a permanent return? Yeah, that's true. They're calling him Matt Cardona now. Last time we saw him was Zack Ryder. I mean, is he under a is he under a TNA deal? I'm trying to listen to what they're saying. I mean, he's just said that he's hoping to spoil Cardona's return to WWE. Has he just hinted? I think he might be, you know. He just shouted, "I'm back." He has signed. He's officially on SmackDown. Wow. Matt Cardona officially on SmackDown. Michael Cole said he is on the SmackDown roster. Okay. I'm surprised that I'm not seeing any word, no rumors. They've done a great job of keeping that quiet. Good that he's back as Matt Cardona, because to be honest, I think there's a bit of baggage with the Zack Ryder character. I mean, he has said before about not wanting that character, not wanting to be that character anymore. Like, this can be a bit of a fresh start for him. Zack is back. Will Matt Cardona potentially be in the Royal Rumble? Well, yeah, I think so, yeah. I mean, I was just listening to what the commentators were saying, and it seems like, yeah, he's SmackDown star. Cardona officially a SmackDown star. It's the kind of surprise I was not expecting, said Simply Simon. Well, listen, we asked for them to give us some stuff, and to give us stuff... You are toxic, the fans are chanting. So, yeah, looks like he's back. And WrestleVotes have just sent a message out saying Matt Cardona is now officially part of the SmackDown roster. So we did say before, 3 hours, you can't just give us one big thing at the end. And fair play to them. We've had Jordan Grace in hour one. Matt Cardona back as well. Missile drop kick there by Matt. It can add, I'm here for it, said Simply Simon. I hate that I'm enjoying the Kit Wilson character, said Alex. Right now, we've got Wilson over in the corner. Shot coming in. Is Carmelo Hayes on the show? He is, yeah. He's going to be defending against Johnny Gargano. He didn't do the woo-woo-woo thing. Michael Cole was like, say it with me, but we didn't do it. Kick out there by Kit Wilson. Kick coming in there by Kit. Zach face first. Zach. Matt. That's going to take a while. Cardona will be a good worker to add to SmackDown. He's pretty talented. His addition won't help with the optics of WWE being a retirement home shaped roster. Dude is 40. LS Dub, hope you're doing well. Sonny said, are you going to hop on the Discord at some point this month? I'll try and do that, yeah. I don't know when, but I'll try and do that. Okay, let's get rid of the poll for that match. Matt Cardona picks up the win. Matt Cardona's first win in 6.5 years, apparently. Okay, let's get the scores. You lot weren't really blown away by that opening match. You gave it good 94. We're backstage with Damian. Damian says, enough is enough. Okay, so Damian just sending a message. Damian sending a message to Aleister saying, tonight, you're going to fade to black. That's an ambulance match coming up tonight. Should be good. I think they said that's our main event as well. Okay, commercial break. Daze, WWE might stick with Matt Cardona instead of Zack Ryder, but I'm still confused which is which. Yeah, I think he is going to be Cardona. I think that makes sense, honestly. He has said before that, you know, that Zack Ryder character carries a lot of baggage. He was used as like an enhancement talent, to be honest, for quite a long time. I mean, we put him back in NXT. He was in the Hype Bros. And we tried, you know, a few different things with him. But I think when he was at his peak for me was when we were doing like Long Island Ice Z. And he had his little YouTube show. And, you know, that for me was when I felt most kind of engaged with him. And then from there, you could just tell that he was like an afterthought, really. That Zack Ryder character, just, yeah, enhancement talent. He kind of went away and, you know, worked hard on the indies, made a name for himself, of course. And I think it's right that he's come back and been Matt Cardona and, you know, not come back as Zack Ryder. So this will give him an opportunity now to, you know, represent himself, refocus, reframe. And, yeah, we'll see. I'll tell you, though, an interesting question. Does he come back if Chelsea's not in WWE? I don't know that Triple H ever massively saw much in him. And you've got to think Chelsea has been saying a lot of like, bring Matt back, you know? I don't know. I don't know. Does he ever come back if Chelsea isn't in WWE? I don't know. I genuinely don't know. But he's back, and we'll see what they've got planned for him. I don't think they're going to have anything massive planned. I'm not expecting that. I think that they have brought him back probably because Chelsea has been going on about it a lot backstage. They're probably thinking that we can do some stuff with her and Matt. And they're probably thinking he's got experience, you know, he's someone that we can use. I think the way that they see Matt Cardona right now is the exact same way they saw LA Knight when they brought him to the main roster. So it's one of those where if the fans get behind Matt and, you know, there's like a bit of a campaign or whatever, you know, who knows where we end up. But I get the feeling that they've brought him back at this stage just to add a bit of experience on the roster. So, you know, use him in a tag team, use him in a mixed tag team, use him in a faction, use him as an opponent. You can put him in a match and just feel comfortable that it's going to be fine. You know, he can sort of lead the dance if needed. Just a solid hand to have around, really. And I really think that's how they saw LA Knight, but then LA Knight just got massively over and, you know, as a result, they've kind of given him a bit more. And now he's very much knocking on the door of like a world heavyweight championship. I don't think they're seeing anything like that for Matt, but who knows? Who knows what the fans are going to do? There is the Barclays Center. Is that where we are on Monday, is it? Will Bron Breakker change the landscape of WWE? Oh, why at 6? I like to hear from Bo. A message to Solo. Okay. I like that. This feels a bit face. When the dust settles, we will be the ones. Okay. Yeah, fine. Promo, pretty straightforward stuff from the Wyatt 6. Nice to hear from Bo. Pretty simple stuff. Sammy coming out. Okay. Okay, I'm here for this. I am here for this. It's going to be interesting, actually, to see what we do with him. I really don't know what we're doing with Sammy right now. Okay, let's end the poll, shall we, for Matt Cardona, Kit Wilson match. Kieran said all we need is Kurt Hawkins back to team with Mats. 58, 26, 9 and 7. Good 93. Okay. Howdy. Feels good to be back out here, says Sammy. Sammy says that he got to sit and enjoy the show just like everyone in the crowds. Sammy says it hit him being in the crowds. Yeah. How many times have you won it, Dad? Sammy said he didn't have an answer when he got asked why he hadn't won the World Championship. This is good. I talked a lot about being a world champion last year. Okay. Let's go, Sammy. Let's go, King. Sammy says he's sick of talking about it, so now he's just going to do it. Whoa, baby! Oh, my God. Oh, my God. We just went from a pretty sick Sammy promo to having the future of this company come walking out. Trick Williams. Mate, the aura has translated to the main roster. Trick Williams comes out and he looks $1 million, mate. Look at this aura. Yeah, listen to the crowd as well. Yeah. Trick's looking around like, okay. Trick Williams in the ring on SmackDown. Unmissable. And he's in there with Sammy? No one calls him Tricky 2 times. No one calls him that either. Trick Willie. Oh my God. He's going to win all the belts. He's going to win all the belts. Oh my God. These two are going to have a banging match, but I'm not sure this promo exchange is going to help Sammy. He is getting out charisma'd. This is a great segment. Trick Williams says, I'm here to be world champion. It ain't going to take me 20 years to get opportunities. Trick is such an amazing addition to the main roster. You look great. I've been watching you, says Sammy. You have yet to be humbled. Sammy said, I got no problem teaching you a lesson. Sammy will wrestle rings around Trick, but Trick's aura is undeniable. Oh, Sammy's theme's just flat in it compared to Trick's. Do you know, Sammy is your bread and butter. Sammy is your steak. Trick Williams is your sizzle. Trick Williams is your pina colada. He's the fireworks. But Sammy is that bread and butter. You know what you get in. Fiery promo. Brilliant in-ring action. They'll mesh really, really well, actually, but I don't know that it's a good feud for him because the crowd are going to flip him fall in love with Trick if they haven't already. Imagine a backstage segment, Chelsea in full character meeting Cardona. Matt, hey, good looking. Chelsea, sorry, I don't like men that play with dolls. Let's go. Let's go. Gartnet said Trick is main event. Sammy is opening match. Mr. Full D said Trick versus Sammy in Montreal, please. Trick is a damn star, said Wyatt 6661. Garrett said Trick is better than Sammy, not in ring. Here's Carmelo. Our new champ bumping into Elia. Elia says he wanted to fight the best. Brilliant Smackdown so far. I mean, this has been really, really good. A real step up from what we've been getting. There are worse things in life than losing to him. Are they going to run a rematch? When you're ready to run this back, I'll keep the lights on for you, says Carmelo. There's the Miz. Okay. Carmelo says, thank you for leaving me alone. I've been better ever since. That's a shame. What's this? This isn't Rebel Heart. Have I heard this theme before? I don't know that I have. Johnny making his way down with Candice. Candice has still got, I think, the Axiom mask. Looks like the Axiom mask. Johnny making his way down. So, Johnny against Carmelo, this match coming up. What time is it? We're 1:15. Okay, so we're 15 minutes into the second hour. Oh, NXT advert. I thought that was an Ober advert. Okay, I saw a couple of super chats. Let's get to those, then we'll get to the normal comments. Mayor Pete said, Chef Paul is cooking again. And your tribal chief, Juan, said, not the lemon pepper steppers. It's good. It is good so far. It is better than what we've been seeing from normal SmackDown. Perhaps they have just been saving stuff back for this show. Perhaps we have just been holding things back. I mean, honestly, with an ambulance match still to come, Giulia against Chelsea, if we were to put those two things in and then finish this after 2 hours, this would be an amazing show. The thing is, though, we're not even halfway in this show. That is the challenge, isn't it? You know, they have been giving us stuff, but we're not even at the halfway point. So, yeah. Good, though. I definitely feel like this is a lovely way to start the year. It's a real signal of intention, you know. We're blowing the cobwebs away from 2025. Wrestle with Andy, hello, hope you're well. Said, Daze, I hope Cardona wins the WWE title. He's got the same story as Cody, but even more inspirational. He had cancer as a child, and he said he wanted to get better so that he could grow up and be a wrestler, said Wrestle with Andy. Wrestle with Andy, thank you. Alex said, Gargano is still that guy. He's just stuck in the tag division. Imagine if him and Tommaso were booked how they were on NXT on the main roster. They would be unstoppable. Yeah, I do think that Johnny is a bit of a sleeping giant. I do agree with you. Johnny might be the number one person from NXT. If we were just to pick one person that represented NXT, I think Johnny would be that person for me. You know, he did it in the tag division with DIY. He did it in the singles division. I don't know that anyone has had as many high-quality matches as what Johnny has. I mean, he was getting, like, legit 5-star matches awarded to him. And this was during a time where we weren't getting any 5-star matches for WWE. And Johnny was able to, like, really deliver. There was not really 5-star matches happening, but you look at NXT and you got Johnny Gargano 2018, 2019, like, delivering this quality. He was there for a long time as well. Doing it in the tag division, doing it in the singles division, part of the Way as well, which was a fun group with Theory and Candice and Indy and Dexter obviously coming in, and loads of great feuds and championship runs. And yeah, for me, he's just the guy. I think he's my top choice. There's other great options, of course, Finn Balor and Asuka and Bayley and blah, blah, blah. But yeah, I think for me, Johnny would be the top pick. So to see him on the main roster, just sort of in DIY, used in the tag division, getting the odd singles match. Yeah, I agree. I think he is a bit of a sleeping giant. I see him very similar to like Sami Zayn in that physically he hasn't been blessed with like the looks of Trick Williams. I mean, Trick Williams, he's got the entrance music. He looks like $1 billion when he comes out. He's got the promo skills. Match quality wise, the thing with Trick, it's like 3.5, 3.75. I think that's definitely the area for Trick that needs to improve. And that is definitely the area that we need to, if we could get some movement there, I mean, he would be the complete package then. If he was having matches and on a regular basis they were 4 stars plus, he's got everything. That's the only area with Trick, and I'm saying this as a big Trick fan. It's the only area that I think needs improvement. But yeah, what holds Sami back isn't his promos, and it's certainly not his match quality. It's that presentation, isn't it? It's the fact he's just an average looking dude. And unfortunately, Johnny has got a battle with that as well. He ain't 6'5". Oh, we're talking to Trick. We are backstage from the commercial break with Trick. I'm twice your size, Trick says. I gotta do what I gotta do. All right, Trick's having his debut match against Rey Fenix next week. Trick surely wins that. Surely wins that. All right, there's a guy in the crowd with a Johnny shirt on. And Johnny just pointed him out on camera. Yeah, really good show so far tonight. Really, this is the good stuff. We're very, very quick to criticize, but hopefully we can be just as quick to praise when things are good. And I think what we're missing tonight is a really good in-ring match. So far, the women's match got good 94. Matt Cardona, Kit Wilson, good 93. There's every chance here, though. I mean, the table is set for this to be a banger. Carmelo coming out. Taking on Johnny, as we said, was capable of excellent matches on a regular basis in NXT. Okay. Daze, the show has already been better than about 90% of last year's show, says James. Best SmackDown of the year so far, says Brian. That Trick match should have been tonight, says Brian. Alex said, Rey Fenix literally has done almost nothing since joining WWE. Need him and Penta to unite now that he's back. Lucha Bros need to save the SmackDown tag division. Robbie said, didn't these two have a one-on-one match in NXT before? Oh, I would imagine so. I can't recall it, but I would imagine so. I think Carmelo was in, wasn't he, for a good chunk of time whilst Johnny was there. Johnny was around during NXT 2.0. I think that was the time that he left. So, yeah, I could believe their paths crossed. My resolutions are to be more like you, Daze, with cool swagger. Well, my resolution is to find some cool swagger first. I don't think that's something that I possess, but I can find some if shows are going to be this good. I find, last year it was really easy to fall into like a bit of a pit of depression and not get like momentum. I think there is a bit of momentum even as a fan. I think it's really easy to get down on wrestling. And then, like, you go into shows dreading the worst. And then the show has got to sort of work harder to win you over. Because you sort of go in with, like, a bit of a bad mindset. And then you watch and you're like, that's all right. Rather than, that was all right. You're like, that was all right. But you're really waiting for that moment to grab you. You're really waiting for that moment to, do you know what I mean? Like, really bring you back on boards. Honestly, I think tonight is really achieving that for me. I think it's so easy to fall into that pit of depression and then struggle to find a way out. But I really love the Trick stuff. I love him feuding with Sammy promo was good. Slingshot there by Johnny. This match hopefully gives us the banger we want. And we've still got the ambulance match. We've still got the championship match with Chelsea and Giulia. We've still got to hear from Drew in that segment where he's going to reveal the stipulations. So there's still lots on the way. There is a lot of commercials, though. I don't think there's more commercials than normal, but there is a lot of flipping commercials. But my New Year's resolution is to be more like Kia, Daze's pet dog. I really want to say F it and get fat. And make Daze pause to give me attention, says William. Let's go. Okay, right now, Carmelo back in the ring. Miss Elizabeth needs to be in the Hall of Fame, said Word Live Cena fan. Definitely, yeah, completely agree. Apart from the streams, have we got any other plans? Any cricket games plans? I don't have any other plans. I suppose my plan is to get caught back up with everything after the Christmas periods. Just get back up and running with Unseens and videos and stuff. I mean, we've been here for the streams and the breakdowns. We'll be doing an opinions video tonight. We'll be doing a breakdown tonight. And yeah, just get back up and running, get everything back, all the plates spinning again. That's my focus at the moment. Right now, looking for a net breaker there by Johnny. Nice shoulder up there by Carmelo. Sean said, who do we think will be the first will be world champ, Trick or Carmelo? It's a really good question, that, actually. I think Carmelo is also someone in that boat that unfortunately is not blessed with being 6'5". I've said it before, and I really do stand by it. Size is a factor. It does matter. It doesn't mean that if you're smaller, that the doors are closed. It's just going to be a bit of a harder journey. It's not, things aren't going to come as easy for you as if you have got like size. I mean, if you're 6'5", look like Trick Williams, can talk like Trick Williams, can flip and wrestle like Bret Hart, as long as you're not a douche backstage, you're going to be world champion, because there is actually so few of those people around. It's actually really surprising how few of those people there are. If you're a good size, got a great look, you can talk, you can wrestle, you got a great look, you're there to do business, you're not no-showing or turning up late or being a douche or anything like this, mate, WWE want you. Like, you can be a wrestler. Put the work in, and, you know, I think it's one of those, isn't it? It's easier said than done. If it was that easy, everyone would be doing it, but I don't know. I mean, you see people like Johnny and you see people like Carmelo that haven't been blessed with being 6'5", but they have got the promo skills. They've got certainly the in-ring skills. But I do think, you know, they are potentially going to suffer from the same problem Sammy has suffered from, and that is that there's always going to be someone that kind of jumps the queue, gets prioritized a bit more because the money is just so obvious with them, you know. Heavyweight division just always kind of is where people look. So I've got to say, on that basis, I think Trick gets there first. Trick could be an unstoppable force, to be honest with you. I mean, if he's going to cut promos like what we've just seen on a regular basis, if he's going to come out and out, I mean, like, he just made it one of his first entrances on SmackDown, and the crowd are already chanting, whoop that Trick. That says to me they know who he is, they're engaged with him, and that's, you know, as the casual fans get on board, that's only going to grow and grow and grow. And it won't be long until the whole arena is chanting, whoop that Trick. He is going to be undeniable. He's going to be undeniable. Bang. Carmelo to kick out there by Johnny. Whereas Carmelo, you know, they're building him through the mid-card. They're going to give him a good run with this. Once he's done with this, I could see him turning his attention to the World Heavyweight Championship. But I think there's a rocket on Trick.
I think there's a rocket. I mean, Trick just screams main event, doesn't he? Well, I think he does. But of course, you can't just put him straight there. A lot of it is to do with the climb. So you gotta take your time to some degree. You got to find ways of delaying it to some degree. I really don't think it's going to take him long. Carmelo against the ropes. Lands on Johnny. Johnny goes down. I'd love to see a Trick Carmelo feud, says Mayor Pete's. That would be great. And the good thing about that is you could really present it where the winner takes a big step forwards, you know? Whoever kind of comes out of that feud. I suppose in a way it'd be a little bit like number 7 against number 8, who's going to, you know, really climb up those rankings. These two up-and-comers, they're both going to make it. I expect Carmelo to be a world champ, but yeah, I think a feud between them would actually be really good, with the winner being the one that really takes that step forwards. The loser just having to wait that little bit longer. If we do that and Carmelo gets the better of it, I mean, that'd be a great way of getting Carmelo to the title before Trick. Down goes Johnny. What do we think about Matt Cardona being world champion? I don't think so. I don't think they are looking for that. I'd question him if he would even be back if it wasn't for Chelsea. I don't think Triple H really rates him or really sees anything there. I think he's a solid hand to have around. I think they're probably looking at Chelsea thinking we can do some having her partner in the company. Matt's a perfectly good person to have on the roster, but I don't know, seeing him as a world champion, I don't think they're looking at that. Oh, lovely work there by Johnny off the corner. What do we think the best highlight from 2025 that was not wrestling or YouTube related, said Hannah. Mine was running over 1,500 miles. What was the best highlight that wasn't wrestling last year? Don't know. I'm trying to think of what happened last year. I can't even remember what the big key moments. All the stuff last year was bad. Wasn't it like more of like the Russian war and nonsense like that going on? Was there anything good, damn? I can't remember seeing any good films. I don't remember seeing any good TV shows. Can't remember any seismic album that kind of grabbed my attention. I think for me, the best thing that I did away from the wrestling was go and see Oasis in Cardiff. That was probably my favourite thing I did that was not wrestling related. So I'll probably go that. I was at the first night of the Oasis reunion in Cardiff. My brother managed to get tickets. And so we travelled to Cardiff, South Wales, which is about a 2.5-hour journey. And so went with my brother, his partner, my cousin's partner as well. So it was a bit of a little kind of road trip. Went down to Cardiff. Only ever been there a couple of times. Went drinking in Cardiff, went to the gig. It was really good. So that was probably my favourite non-wrestling thing. But yeah, new music or films or stuff like that, TV shows, I can't say anything really grabbed my attention. I'll tell you what I have started doing though, and that is listening to the Rest is History podcast, which is like a history podcast. I saw that they were getting a lot of hype. Like, you need to watch this. It's worth watching. I was watching a few of them yesterday. Goods. They did a whole thing on Jack the Ripper. It was really interesting. They actually were digging into who the victims were, and not just like he did this, but who were they? What did they do for a living? And, you know, kind of what were the papers saying at the time, and it was actually quite interesting. Jack the Ripper is not something that's ever massively interested me, but I just put it on in the background, and they were going into a lot of detail that I'd not heard about before. Like, I didn't even know Jack the Ripper had sent a letter to the newspaper or to the press where he actually, like, talks to and says about how he's going to attack more people. And I didn't know that had happened. It's very interesting. So, yeah, I'm probably going to listen to a few of those as I'm doing bits and bobs online. That's how boring I am. Right, we're 20-odd seconds and we'll be back. I've watched way too many videos on theories about who it was, said Pilskin. Well, I heard about the Rest Is, because I watched a couple of those Rest Is. The Rest Is Entertainment, the Rest Is Football. It's a whole series of podcasts. I think Gary Lineker owns it all. And so I watch a few The Rest Is Entertainment. It's very good. Rest Is Football from time to time. I didn't know they did one on history. Apparently, it's massive. So I was like, oh, I better watch this. I watched some of the other ones. They're pretty good. So I watched that, and I just came across Jack the Ripper because that's one of the most recent things they've covered. And I was actually surprised at how into it I got. They're very good with the detail. It's not ever been anything I've ever massively cared about. I'm aware of it, of course. Everyone's aware of it, but yeah, it was good. I have to see what else they've got. I just don't really care too much about old history. I get bored if I get past, like, the 1800s. I don't care about the Romans. It's too long ago. Ancient Greece, not bothered. Boring. Anything pre-1880, I'm out. Carmelo going for the cover. Shoulder up there by Johnny. We are back from commercial break. These two have still been going at each other, though. Some lovely action. It's definitely providing the match we were hoping for. Lots of reversals. Candice pacing around on the outside. Johnny on the edge of the ring. Carmelo in the ring. Charles Robinson, referee for this one. And he said ancient Egypt is fascinating. Don't know much about it, honestly. As I said, I struggle kind of going back. There's bits that I can hear, you know. Tutun Carmoon and Cleopatra, whatever. I could probably watch some on that, but yeah, by and large, I'm like, oh, Carmelo, oh, driving Johnny into the edge of the ring. This is why the other year when there was that meme of like, do you know guys think about Rome, the Roman Empire every day, or at least once a day or something? I was like, I never think about the Roman Empire ever. Bang. One, Johnny. Oh, shoulder up by Carmelo. Oh, there's a bit of blood on the nose of Johnny. Candice on the outside. Trying to reassure Johnny. There's a slight "this is awesome" chant that's kind of trying to break through. Yeah, it's kind of there. It's in the background. There it is. It's building. There she is. There she is. You could hear it coming in. Now we've got "this is awesome." Johnny against the ropes. Dives into Carmelo. Carmelo against the barricades. Carmelo goes back in the ring. Johnny, through the ropes. Big boot. Carmelo looking to go over to the corner. There's a few people on their feet here. Carmelo climbing up. Candice trying to distract. That means that Johnny can go over. Right now we've got Carmelo. Air raid crash, drives down. 1, 2. Shoulder up by Carmelo. Good action. Good work. Candice can't believe it on the outsides. Johnny has come close on a few occasions. I mean, this is what Johnny can do. This is what Carmelo can do. They're both fantastic in-ring talents. Double underhook. No joy. Johnny goes over. Carmelo goes down, goes for the pin. Reversed by Johnny. 2. Oh! That was real close. Bang, double knees to the outsides. Carmelo looks like he's about to put him away. Nothing but net connects. 1, 2, 3. Carmelo gets it. Probably no great surprise considering he's only just won it, but great match. Easily the best match of the night so far. I mean, I don't even think that's up for debate. First title defense by Carmelo. But respect to Johnny. There's Carmelo on the edge of the ring. Holding up that United States Championship. Oh, hello. Tamatonga backstage watching on. Shinsuke! Oh! God, we are reaching into the shadows. 3-hour SmackDown. We need everyone. Solo. Is everything okay? That's an old chapter. Four on 4. 4 on 4 next week. Let's get the hell out of Buffalo. I'll tell you what, though. Tama has a little look back there at Shinsuke. Tama push incoming, said Jam. Ambulance match still to come. Drew and Cody still to come. Montreal. Okay. Daze, a fish went on a murder spree. It was Jack the Kipper. Ah, let's go. Let's go. AB Jobson. Hello, buds. AB Jobson for the Hall of Fame. 12 months strong, chat says AB. Well, yeah, next week. Actually, maybe even this weekend. I said it'd be good to kind of get... there we go, commercial break. I said it'd be good to kind of get back, get past New Year's and everything. We've done that now. So, very much Hall of Fame coming up. And actually, the great thing about this Hall of Fame is it's for December, and that means 2 people go into our Hall of Fame. So, I think this is going to be a real competitive one. I think there's going to be a lot of people that are going to have nominations, and I think it's going to be a big one. So, what happens is the members are going to vote as to and nominate as to who they want. The 4 with the most mentions will go into a poll. That poll will go out to all of you. And then the top 2 in that poll, they are going to go into the Hall of Fame. So if you just get in the poll, you've got a 50% chance. So getting in is going to be a big deal. So if you all remember, keep an eye out for that post. It will go out, I think, this weekend. And then that means we'll do the poll next week. So Liam said, Daze, as we've had Trick and Matt Cardona as call-ups on SmackDown, I could only imagine Oba will be on Raw. I can't see SmackDown getting all the call-ups. Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right. The only thing I would say is SmackDown is going to be 3 hours for the next 6 months. So I do agree that you can't just put everyone onto the one brand, but SmackDown is the brand that's going to need more than Raw. So it's had Matt Cardona, it's had Trick. Maybe we do throw over to Monday. I still think Monday does need reinforcements. The big thing for me, though, is that we need women for SmackDown. I mean, for me, Jordan Grace should just go straight to SmackDown. I think she probably will. But, you know, they're sort of teasing, is she going to go there? Is she not going to go there? We look for talking points, and I think this show has absolutely delivered. Loads of talking points. As you said, Trick, Jordan Grace, Matt Cardona, banging match there between Carmelo and Johnny. Obviously, we know what's still to come as well. A brilliant job by WWE. It's a little bit like, it's a little frustrating though, in one regard, because you sort of sit here and go, so you do know how to do good shows then. So you do know what people are looking for. So you do know what people want. So what was 2025 all about then? Eh? What was 2025 all about? If you just now go, oh, should we turn it on? Should we give them some talking points and give them a banging show? It's like, okay, so you can do it, yeah? So what was that then? Eh? It's a little bit like England in the blooming cricket. 3-0 down, can't win the series, and then they win the next game. And you're like, oh, so you can win. Yeah. Why was you not doing that before? Where was this 2 weeks ago? Hey? So, but listen, we'll take it. It's a really good start to the year. We will definitely take it. We're going into 2026 with some optimism. And this was a show that I was not really expecting a great deal from. It's Monday that's carrying the expectation, actually. So, yeah, goods. We got an hour and 15 minutes to go. Here's Aleister Black. Let's end this poll. I feel like Aleister's losing this match. Aleister's just cut a promo going, it doesn't matter if I lose tonight. It doesn't matter if you put me in the ambulance. It's like, oh, okay, so you're going to lose them. He's like, you will never be the same again. Injuries happen. Okay, Jade doesn't care about injuring me, Jim. Here's Jordan. I just want to get a good look at all my options. I'm that B words. And Jordan's like, well, you're definitely one of those. Here's Cody. Here's Sammy. Nope. Apparently everyone's being honest tonight. Yeah. Everyone wants that belt. This is good. You know, I think the world of you. Here's Nick Aldis. Mate, this match would bang. Sami Zayn, Cody Rhodes. Okay, Cody's going to the ring. Just a little moment there. Oh my God. This is another commercial break. Oh my God. Another commercial break, kids. Okay, Jade and Jordan just having a little moment. Sami and Cody having a little moment. Sami said, you must surely know where I'm coming from. You must know where I'm coming from. Cody didn't say anything to that, which I thought was interesting. To be honest, he's got quite a bit on his plate at the moment. He's just had Randy confront him earlier, and now he's got to deal with Drew. So there's quite a bit on the plate for Cody. Daze, surely that's the most improved since last year. Has got to go to your favourite Maxine for all her hard work, says Benny. If that's your most improved, but then so be it. Sean said, Daze, Cody never returned to WWE. Would you have Sami beat Roman at WrestleMania 39? I don't know. I think it's hard. I think that there was a choice in that moment to make between the two of them. Obviously, it's only just before at Elimination Chamber that Sami gets his moments. And it's one of those where, in your heart of hearts, you know it's not going to happen. But they did a few things that really made you go, could it? I mean, they had his family there. And they were doing this kind of behind-the-scenes stuff. Even Sami was like, they had my family involved behind the scenes and all that stuff. And it's, you know, one of those where you're really thinking are we going to do something here? And he was, it's one thing for Roman to go and face all these different people, yeah, outside of the bloodline. But this was a story that had been building and building and building within the bloodline. And actually, you might sit here now and go, oh, it was never going to be that. But there was a chance. We were in Montreal. They'd used his family. There'd been a massive moment at the Rumble. But yeah, I mean, it did feel like Cody was going to be the guy. To be honest, I think Sami would have been an option. The thing I would say, though, is that I really love Sami. I think he's an excellent in-ring performer. I think he's an excellent promo. I think he's got a likability. I think he's an underdog. I think he's always scrapping and fighting for whatever he can get. And I really love all of that about him. I am the first to say, though, I don't think he should be WWE champion. Because I think WWE champion is the belt you put on the face of the company. That's the person. That is the person. That is Roman. That is Cena. That is Brock. That is the guy. And for me, like, Sami is not that guy. Sami is someone that I would happily put a World Heavyweight Championship on. We gave that belt to Damian. We gave that belt to Jay. I think we can absolutely give that belt to Sami. But even I would sit here and go, I can't make an argument for putting the top title on him, you know? So, I don't know. I don't know that I would go that way. I would definitely put a world title on him. Should he have been the one to have beaten Roman? I don't know. At that time, you might make an argument that it should be Jay, or it should be Solo, or something like this, you know? Don't know. I really like Sami winning a World Heavyweight Championship, but as I said, I'll be amongst the first to say I don't know I can make an argument it should be the WWE title. Ronnie said, after the debacle that Triple H called 2025, I hope he doesn't continue to fail by robbing LA, forcing Cody, badly booking Roman, screwing Drew, does a better job, but I know better, says Ronnie. Obafemi. Here's Cody. Cody making his way down. Cody Drew segment coming up. James said, don't forget next week's SmackDown is going to be on at 7. And then it will be on at 8 after that. Are they in Europe next week, are they? that's where we will switch to 2 Smackdowns. We'll do the US one, and we'll do the live. Oh my God. Was we really doing 6 hours of SmackDown streams? We must have been, mustn't we? When they were doing 3-hour SmackDowns in Europe, we must have been doing 6-hour stream. And we always do an hour before, so that would be 8 hours. Was we doing that? We must have been. Do I hate myself? I must have. Blimey now, just to watch them shows twice, I must have been hating myself. Cody making his way down. I hope they learn this year, said Dr. Luchalala, and put on good shows, not just rely on crowd reactions. Benny said, if I'm booking the 3 stages, I would start with a bull rope fight, then last man standing, and then if it goes to another fall, I'd have Brandy Rhodes on a forklift. Is that a match or is that just a fantasy? Sign in the crowd said Drew sucks eggs. Crowd are woeing away. At what point was Cardona Wilson? That was earlier in the show. That was our second match. Okay, Cody. In the ring. It's a nice suit. It's a big segment. This is going to take us into the 3rd and final hour. I couldn't make out what that... There's a Cody Rhodes QB1 sign. I'm the only one here for Drew sign. Cheer for Cody. He's getting good reaction. Oh, what do you want to talk about? I'm not the biggest. I'm not the fastest. And I'm not the youngest, said Cody. Cody just lets that breathe for a second. He said, it's not my heart that got me the belt. It's my mentality when I approach someone in the ring. Crowd start chanting. Cody lets that breathe. If this was Izzy Dame, she would just be talking all over them right now. He said he gets here early. Drew McIntyre, you reek of envy. This is interesting. Cody says he sees lunch when he sees Drew Man. He wants to eat him. That might not be the word I would have chose. I like how he said, you know, with Unreal, they're playing checkers, I'm playing chess. I show them what they want to see. Here's Drew. Drew is outside. He's by the coach. You're as vanilla as it gets, says Drew. Okay, here we go. Okay, starting with a normal wrestling match. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Falls count anywhere. I can beat you all over Berlin. Hell in a Cell. Steel cage. Okay. Normal match. Falls count anywhere. Steel cage match. Those are going to be the stipulations. What's he doing? Cody can't touch Drew. Oh, mates. It's a picture of Cody and his dad's. He's going to trash it, isn't he? Looking up. Picture is smashed. Cody is out the ring and he's heading to the back. You can't touch him. You can't touch him. We're going through Gorilla. A few people having a word. Cody is going out to the entranceway. Is Randy going to stop him? Is Sammy going to stop him? Someone's got to stop him. There's Nick Aldis. Got a lot of security guards. It looks like Drew has gone. I don't know why Drew would go. He shouldn't go. Drew wants to get hit. They're saying he's not here. Doesn't make sense. Oh, he's in the ring now. Blimey, now this is like a game of hide and seek. Here we go. He's saying you might want to come back to the ring. He's in the ring with a trash can. He's still got that picture. Cody heading to the ring. Is he going to rip it up or burn it? I'm sure he's got other pictures. I mean, I doubt that's the only picture of him and his dad. He's going in his pocket. He's gonna light it, surely. It's more dramatic. There we go. He is getting a lighter. He's going to burn this picture right in front of Cody. Cody desperately trying to get to the picture. Here it is. There it goes. Cody trying to get in the ring. That picture's not lighting very well. There you go. Look, Drew's desperately trying to get it to burn. Oh, I think it's gone. I think it's going. There we go. There we go. Now we're going. I was going to say now we're cooking, but I don't think that's appropriate. The picture is burning. It's thrown in the trash can. I like the feuds. I think they've done some excellent stuff in this feuds. It's been probably Cody's best feud as champ. The Kevin would probably be number 2, the Kevin feuds. Hit me, says Drew. Drew laughs as we go to commercial break. Yeah, I don't mind that. The only thing I would say is I'm pretty sure there's going to be other pictures. It's a little bit like when we had that friendship bracelet of like CM Punk. It's like, blimey now, they get handed so many friendship bracelets. If one gets broken, I'm sure there's many others that said AJ Lee and Larry. If not, you can make it for $1. And like, I doubt that's the only one of that picture. I've got to think there's probably others. Maybe it is the only one. Perhaps that was it. And once it's gone, that's, you know, a memory erased. To be honest, if he wants to see the picture again, though, he can always watch this episode back. I mean, it was on this episode, so it's not gone forever. As long as he's got access to this SmackDown, he can look at it whenever he wants. But, yeah, I mean, look, we're doing some different stuff. You know what I mean? It's not just promo, match, chat in a corridor. Fair play. King Yeti, shout out to you, bud. Said, you don't hate yourself. You just love us more, says King Yeti. Oh, I love you all more. Yeah, I'm hoping that this year is going to be a much more eventful year, more positive year as well. That's what I'm looking for. Let's have a more positive year in 2026. I think it was so easy in 2025 to really get dragged down by the frustration. I think tonight is exactly what a lot of us needed, actually. This is one of those shows where people would be like, did anything happen? You'd be like, oh yeah, honestly, quite a bit. Maybe not seismic, maybe not massive, but as I said, you know, they're asking for 3 hours of our time. And so we definitely deserve to have moments dotted throughout the show. And I think they have definitely given us that. I can tell you that the Carmelo Johnny match you said was great 74. You enjoyed it? We've had a lot of backstage moments with like the Jordan thing and the Trick Williams thing. Matt Cardona, of course. Good little segment, that as well. Yeah, good. So, King Yeti, shout out to you. I hope you had a good New Year's, buds. Mackenzie said they're going to start fighting over the watch. Well, we haven't got to that stage yet, but did he say next week? Are we in Germany next week? So I actually don't know when that Germany show is. I'm going to have a look at WWE.com, see where we are next week. If it's Germany next week, then we're doing the thing next week. And Drew just seemed to insinuate that that match was going down next week. Next week is going to be the, 9th? And we are in Berlin, Germany at the Uber Arena. So there we go. It is Germany next Friday. It's London the week after that. All to goad Cody Rhodes. Okay, so they're just showing us what went down in that segment. Drew burning that image. We found out the stipulations as well. Normal match, falls count anywhere, old school steel cage match. Hey. Okay, so yeah, that is next week in Berlin. Tell you what, next week's big, innit? Next Monday is big, and they've been building up. Next week's SmackDown as well. We've got that championship match, but as well as that, an 8-man tag match. It's going to be MFTs against Wyatt 6. We've also got Rey Fenix against Trick Williams. Yes. Next week, man. Let's go. Here's Chelsea. I know it's usually a bad call, but I need heel Drew versus heel Owens. I think the story would be AAA, said Crab King. Matt, shout out to you. Said, sorry I've not been around. I just had some health issues. No worries, buds. Hope you're doing well. Chelsea against Giulia. Okay, we've got 50 minutes left to go. Chelsea Green making her way down to the ring. Corey Graves is showing respect. Mark said, do we think MFTs will introduce a female to match Nikki? No, I don't think so. I think she'll get involved by helping trip people over and, you know, play a part. But I don't think there's a need to bring in a female just for this feud. I think they'll probably just kind of get through, and I wouldn't be shocked if Nikki turns her attention on this United States Championship. I don't know, man. I don't know which way this goes. I kind of think I would stick with Chelsea because I think Giulia could do some good stuff with like feuding and just getting stuck in. I think we need to shake up the women's division, don't we? I mean, who is there for her to feud with? Even this is heel against heel. You see, I felt like it made sense for Chelsea to beat Giulia because if Nikki was going to be next, then having Chelsea like scared of Nikki running around it, I can see that. I mean, that just makes so much sense. Doesn't really make sense to have Giulia acting scared of Nikki. I mean, did we put the belt on Chelsea just to then drop it back a few weeks later? Or are we just doing this just to get us through? We need to do something, you know? Don't know. It's tricky. I'm not sure. You lot seem a bit split as well. At the moment, we've had 60-odd votes. 58% think Chelsea. 42% think Giulia. So we're looking at like 55-45 type range. Boot coming in there by Giulia, throwing in kicks to Chelsea. We'll keep that poll going. We'll see. WrestleRant said, I think Chelsea gets the dub, but I'm leaning 60-40 Chelsea. Jesse said, have Sol Ruka, Zarya on SmackDown. Have they been on SmackDown? They're great. We haven't used them tonight. There's no word of Zarya coming up, but there is chatter of Sol Ruka coming to the main roster. I think she could be a really good addition to SmackDown, actually. We do need some babyface women. Why are all the women heels? Chelsea goes to the outsides. Giulia jumps down. Looks like Giulia is coming round. Alba's out there as well. Giulia with a big boot to the back. Bang. Face first goes Chelsea into that commentary table. Hannah said next week there's loads to be packed with exciting contest. Maybe Hunter listened to the criticism. Well, I mean, yeah, nothing but praise. The criticism was loud throughout 2025, but, you know, the praise needs to be as loud. It's been a great show. I think next week looks great. This is what we want. Okay, Giulia crashes and burns. She is down. We're sticking with Chelsea. Chelsea should lose. She's already got her husband back. There's no need for a title, says Crab King. Chelsea and Alba feel like baby faces, says Willow. Mackenzie said Kiana could have been Chelsea's lawyer. That would have been great, actually. That would have been great. That's a good shout, Mackenzie. I think Kiana being Chelsea's lawyer would make a lot more sense. The thing with Giulia is her English is limited. So I think they've put Kiana with Giulia as a way of getting Kiana onto the show, but also, you know, being the mouthpiece. I can sort of see the logic, but it's just it just doesn't look right. I mean, if Kiana is meant to be a manager, shouldn't she have some other clients? For a brief time, she was seemingly trying to recruit some other people, but it never went anywhere. Big chop there by Giulia. Chelsea goes over in the corner. Giulia collides in. Back elbow. She's looking for a suplex. Gets it. Giulia in the corner looking over at Chelsea. Giulia going up to that middle rope. Missile drop kick. Chelsea goes down. We are during commercial break right now. Going for the cover to kick out there by Chelsea. Shot coming down. Apparently we're back in about a minute and 20 odd. Shoulder up there by Chelsea. I'm a little bit lost, said Corey. I've got a new gaming laptop and I'm usually using my VPN, but Netflix isn't letting me watch SmackDown on the laptop. Has anyone got any advice? Would there be a reason as to why a VPN would work on a PC but wouldn't work on a laptop? Big boot coming in. And again. Big kicks there by Giulia on Chelsea. Slap there by Giulia. I still don't know how or why Kiana was called up, said Steve. There are many other women in NXT that were well ahead, so it was a little bit confusing. It was confusing. I completely agree. If you look at like what she had really been achieving, I mean, there still felt like there was lots that she needed to do, like be women's champion to have a run with the belt. She'd got a fairly consistent TV time. I think she's got a really good mentality. And she'd spent time in NXT. Why she was selected over other, I don't know. I suppose they can, at the end of the day, they can call up whoever they like the look of, you know? I suppose it doesn't always have to follow, like, a certain pattern. But I do agree, it was a surprise. Oof. It was like when Lacey Evans got called up as well. She was in that boat where there was loads ahead of her, and she got called up and like, Lacey Evans, really? Shot coming back there by Giulia. So they do happen once in a while. Another shot coming in. Another forearm shot. These two exchanging blows. Against the ropes goes Giulia. Misses with the big boot. Clothesline by Chelsea. And again. Chelsea trying to throw a kick. Kick coming in there to Giulia. Giulia goes down. Chelsea over against the ropes. Looking to charge over. Knees into the back there of Giulia. Netflix is starting to crack down on VPNs. Try a different country. The account could be flagged for VPNs. Are they really cracking down on VPNs? That's interesting. Every time I see a VPN getting advertised, it's normally Netflix. That's the main reason. Going for the cover. Where's the ref? Where's the ref? Where is the ref? Kiana's distracting. Kiana is distracting. Alba comes round. Kiana goes down. Kiana managing to successfully distract the referee. I really don't think Giulia should be struggling this much against Chelsea. I mean, Chelsea is not someone I would have expected Giulia to need some help getting past, you know. Kick coming in there by Chelsea. Chelsea to the outsides. I don't know how much longer this match is going to go for. I can look at that. 52-48. You lot really divided as to which way this is going to go. Giulia with a headbutt. Double underhooks. Going to go for a big superplex. Yep. Rolling through as well. Chelsea in trouble. Alba is probably going to need to do something here. Otherwise, 1, 2, 3. Giulia gets it. Giulia wins. So what was the point in taking the belt off her in the first place? What was the point? What was the point? Wow. I don't mind who wins. I said this before. I just hope whoever gets it gets pushed. And whoever loses, I hope they get pushed. But I honestly have absolutely no idea why we bothered flipping taking the belt off Giulia in the first place. Okay. We had to know that Chelsea was going to lose with her husband coming back, says Metal Mama. Giulia holding up the United States Championship. Okay, we're backstage with Io and Rhea. Okay, here's Charlotte and Alexa. Jade has called Jordan an angry leprechaun online. Okay, Charlotte and Alexa are wishing Rhea and Io some good luck. I don't know what was up with this segment. Just felt a little bit like it was lacking oomph. Okay. Rhea is better as a heel, said Jesse. Big K said, the belts change hands too much. It makes them feel less important. How long before Rhea turns on Io, said that big guy. Okay, we got another Aleister Black promo. This was the result I needed. Was a mistake to take it off her. Now we need to get some more women on SmackDown and have her defend it weekly. Giulia needs more in-ring time to get over, said Steve. Yeah, I hope she has a great reign. I hope she has a great run. Right now, it's hard to see who she's going to be defending it against. SmackDown does not have many options. It really felt like Nikki was going to be one of those options. Is that... Perhaps some options will become available once we're done with this big kind of women's tag team match. I mean, the women's tag division, it feels like it's building to maybe like a TLC or something. It really feels like we need some of that star power back into the women's singles divisions because there's just not many options. I think they should have a 10-man battle royal. Put Undertaker in there with Stephanie, said Deacon Mason. Corey's jacket is beautiful, said British Phasian. Okay, here's the ambulance. That match coming up next. That's our main event. Okay. Priest Black live next. Okay, here's the advert for the Stranger Things collaboration. Raw gets stranger. That's cool. I like the Raw logo turning upside down. That was good. Okay, we're at commercial break. Music said they treat the Kabuki Warriors like they don't exist. Imagine challenging Rio for belts they don't even have. I hate WWE, said Music VR7. Dean said, on a serious note, Roman needs the title at Mania. It feels like no one cares about the title at the moment, says Deacon Mason. Please help me, said, I heard Stranger Things final was disappointing. David said, do you think we get Tribal Chief on Monday? There's definitely a chance. Because he was on that show last year, wasn't he? There's definitely a chance. I just don't know how you would insert him in. I mean, does he stop Braun from winning? That might make sense. That might make sense. I don't think the plan is Braun Roman at Mania, though, but we could certainly do a little something. Maybe play it off at Elimination Chamber. Don't know. I think there's a chance. I don't know that it's 100%. I've certainly not seen any rumors that he's going to be there. But he was on the Netflix premiere last year. So he was on this show this time last year. So I've got to think there's... and it's a big, big show. If tonight has been kind of the launch of SmackDown in 2026, and it does feel that way, I think next week is the show they're making big, though. This is a bit of a go-home for next week, but it's had plenty going on this week as well. Next week seems to be unmissable, doesn't it? Raw, NXT, SmackDown, they've built all three of those shows quite well for next week. All three feel unmissable, so yeah, I think there is a good chance. Stranger Things finale, says British Invasion. Oh, I'm not going to read that. I don't watch, so I have no idea what's a joke and what is whatever. I don't know. Daze, what do we think of Liv Morgan's tweet on WrestleVotes? Not seen it, but Duran said, I loved the final Stranger Things episodes. Tribalist said, no spoilers. Phoenix said, with Matt on SmackDown, do we think Ziggler will get signed? Well, I don't know about Ziggler. I mean, I do think there's a chance that they could bring someone back for Raw as a boost. That might be why they chose those two for the John Cena Time Is Now tournament. Final Time Is Now tournament. So, or Last Time Is Now tournament. Again, maybe a chance. I do wonder, though, if I keep saying it, if Chelsea played a big part in getting Matt back. I don't know who's necessarily clamoring for Dolph to come back. But I'd imagine flipping Matt's name's probably been mentioned a few thousand times backstage thanks to Chelsea. And I think there's a way forward there with Chelsea and Matt, mixed tag team, backstage segments, Montez and Bianca versus Matt and Chelsea. I mean, you can see lots of options. I mean, right now, Chelsea's mixed tag champ, but with Ethan Page. Okay, Johnny says he thinks his nose, it might be broke. His fraxium. Yeah, where is Tommaso? Just take the mask back. Axiom says he wants to face Johnny, and when he beats Johnny, he's going to take that mask back himself. I mean, Candice was standing there. She had it in one hand. Easily could have snatched that mask back. It would have been no problem. Like candy from a baby. Okay, we're into the final half an hour. The bell has sounded. It is our main event of the evening. It is an ambulance match as well. No DQs, no countouts, no pinfalls, no submissions. Get your opponent in the back of the ambulance. Close the doors. That's how you win the match. Damian versus Aleister. Ambulance. Okay, here's Aleister's entrance. That mask has turned into a bracelet situation, said Dr. Luchalala. Daze, apparently Anna Jay's a free agent if she doesn't re-sign. Would you bring her into NXT to help the roster out when other women get called up? I don't know. I haven't watched. I mean, I thought she was very limited when I was watching. I mean, I thought when I was watching, she was like barely NXT level. I've got to think the few years, I mean, I stopped watching at the start of 2024. Here we are now at the start of 2026. I've got to think she's improved over 2 years. So I've got to think that she would sit fine in an NXT roster. I mean, I would not bring her to the main roster. But, you know, could she go to NXT? Yeah, I would think so. I mean, she's got a lot of experience, and I think she's still very young. 27. Yeah, she's 27. But, I mean, I can't say she's someone I'm campaigning for. I've not seen much buzz around her. I've not seen, like, what her level is at now. But she's got a lot of experience. You could bring her in, work with her, and see how you get on, you know. There might be some out there going, no, she's really good now. Maybe she is. But that was like one of my frustrations when I was watching Dynamite, was that I was watching people that clearly were not, they weren't Dynamite level. She should have been in Ring of Honor. Or, you know, she should have been, like, working it out on Dark. So, yeah. Same with Giulia Hart as well. She was not Dynamite level. But what they've done in the past 2 years, I've got no idea. So, if you're going to tell me that she's improved and that she would be a good addition to NXT, then, yeah, let's go. Okay, Aleister in the ring. Here comes Damian. Zelina is looking gorgeous in that outfit, says Crystal. Black and Zelina are cool, said Whitey. Okay. Oh my God. Look at this. Batman! Batman! Ah! Damian Priest making his way down to the ring. No, Batman. He doesn't normally do that, does he? It's very Undertaker at Survivor Series. That's cool. 2003, the first ever ambulance match. Ryback getting a mention? Blimey now. Corey's like, well, that was a wonderful history lesson. Right, here we go. We are underway. We still got loads of time left in this show, you know. 25 minutes for the main event. Okay, ambulance match. Do we think John Cena will return for one last match, said Deacon? No. I believe he's done. That fit looks like Batman. Who laughs, though, said Dr. Luchalala. Kieran said, the last ambulance match I saw was Ambrose and Bray Wyatt. Okay, shot coming in. We're going over to the ambulance already. Knee to the midsection. Of course, Damian's going to have a problem with Zelina. I can't see any way she's not going to get involved here. Surely he's got something planned to even up the odds. Aleister Black opening the doors. Another forearm shot here by Damian. Big boot there by Aleister. Back elbow coming in. Pulling out the stretcher. He's driving that stretcher into Aleister. Aleister goes down. I don't know where Zelina's gone. I think she's stayed by the ringside area. But that ambulance door is open. Why is Zelina not down here closing the doors? There she is, look, sneaking into view. I mean, even if she doesn't want to physically get involved, she can make it harder. by closing the ambulance doors. Oh, which is exactly what she's done. That is exactly what she's done. She's closed the doors and then she's standing in front of them like that. Okay. Okay, I see you, Zelina. I see you. Into the barricade goes Aleister. If Rhea is there, she'll help, said Phoenix. Okay, we're at commercial break, and looks like we're just sort of moving away from the ringside area. We're in the entranceway. We are going back towards the ring. Aleister gets back in the ring. Yeah, Ryback mentioned by commentary. Do you think he's coming back? Do you reckon that's how we're going to reinvigorate Monday? We're going to have Ryback on the show. Oh, God, I hope so. I flipping hope so. I'm here for that reaction. I'm here to see how the IWC deal with that one. Right now, Damian with Aleister. We got a table set up at ringside. Oh, during commercial break as well. Goes through the table. Referee having a word with Zelina there. Get back, stay back, Zelina. Let's finish this, she just said to Aleister. Defcon said, it makes me feel nostalgic. I saw these two fight an NXT house show in Florida. And now here they are as superstars, said Defcon. That's great. I love NXT live shows for that reason. Yeah, to say that you saw these in front of a few hundred people. That's great. Frank, thanks for telling me that was your name. I heard it a million times. I never knew that was your name, says Frank. Internet would blow up into a gazillion Pete. They would, man. They would. Shiny Wizard said, once this snorefest of a feud ends, I feel like they will have a choice between these two with who they keep, because they don't need both. Knee coming in there by Aleister. Macarai said, maybe Lola is going to help Priest. I don't think they've acknowledged their relationship on TV. I mean, they could. I think Lola can come up. I mean, if you can call up Kiana James, you know, if you can call up Lacey Evans, or you can call up, you know, people of that stature, you can call up a Lola Vice. Kick coming in there by Aleister. Yeah, Porky Pig said CM Punk versus Ryback. Run it back. Jay Lee said, as much as I like these two individually, I'm a bit bored. Good night, y'all. Yeah, this feud has not held people's attention. It's been going on so long. I do think, though, one last match, ambulance match. I'm okay with this. I am expecting Damian to get the win. Kick coming back there by Damian Priest. Kick there by Aleister. These two throwing in big kicks to each other. 19 minutes left to go. Look at that. Aleister. Ah. He was looking for the fade to black. No joy. Did we do the... I don't know if we did the Giulia Chelsea match review. I think I missed it. I sat here going, I'm forgetting something. Okay, right now we got Damian. Damian on the outside. Coming round, charging into Aleister. Aleister on the commentary table. It wasn't a great commentary table bump, to be honest. It seemed a bit weak. Again, it doesn't matter about countouts, doesn't matter about DQs, doesn't matter about pinfalls. We want tables is the chant from the crowds. Crowd want tables. Zelina on the outsides. Steel chair from Aleister. That dude's trying to pass him that replica belt. Bang! Chair across the back there to Damian. Damian goes down to his knees. He's going to put his head in the chair. This could be pretty brutal. Damian. Aleister boots the chair whilst Damian's head was on it. Let's go. Zelina is shocked, said Porky Pig. Okay, jab to the midsection there by Aleister. He's still got this chair. Another jab coming in. Simply Simon said they must have some big plans for one of these guys, considering they're both in the main event of the first 3-hour Smackdown. Boom. Can't tell if they've got big plans or if it's just that this is the end of what has been a long feud and it's an ambulance match and they just sort of feel like it's the exciting option. I don't know. I don't know if they're putting them here because they want you to watch this and, oh, we're really going to get behind the winner or whatever. Or if it's just ambulance match. I think they do like both of them. I mean, Zelina and Aleister haven't been together that long. I think there's lots of options with that as a pairing. Well, I think Damian they like because that kind of Puerto Rican background. I think that's useful. He's got a good size. He's credible. It will be good, though, to move them out of each other's orbit, though. Both guys are down as we've gone to commercial break. Big Time said, one thing I've noticed with the 3-hour Smackdown is the segments are being allowed to breathe. It's been solid. It does feel like a long show as opposed to it flying by. Has Smackdown ever felt like it's flown by? I feel like a lot of Smackdowns have felt like long shows in 2025. I'm anticipating this getting a good score from the community, actually. Zelina's running all the way to go and get that stretcher. I think the plan is they're going to put Damian on the stretcher and then push him to the ambulance. There we go, Zelina with that stretcher. Zelina bringing it down. Damian's going to get loaded onto it. Okay, he's coming back rounds. I did wonder, actually, if they were going to, like, buckle him into it, because there are straps. Another Meteora there by Aleister, but he grabs his knee, bangs the floor. I think he felt that on his knee, you know. I think he's okay. If he did put them straps on and, like, actually clip Damian into that stretcher, that could be kind of interesting. Because that would be difficult to get up from. Is the lock on the wheel? Zelina's going around the other sides. She's grabbing a chair. Bang. Chair being used. There's a lot going down during the commercial break, to be honest. Oh. He put the chair on the stretcher, grabbed Damian's head, smashed it into it. I want to know if that wheel is locked. I think it is. I'm pretty sure that wheel is locked. I don't think it should be that hard to move. Aleister's like, ah! He's really having to pull. Is that back wheel locked? Oh, God, I hope it is. That'll be such a fun botch. He's dragging him all the way up the entranceway. They've gone picture-in-picture, says Mayor Pete. Oh, that makes sense then why they're still doing quite a bit of stuff. Normally when we go commercial break, it just dies a death. Okay, Damian is getting up. Oh, elbow coming back there by Aleister. We got 10 minutes to go. Big boot coming in there by Damian. Damian falls off that stretcher. We've got another stretcher. Little orange one. A hand carrying one. I think that's going to get used now. Boom! To the midsection. Ambulance doors are still closed. Oh, he's going to drive him. Yeah, that was good. That was good. He had that stretcher, hurled him into the Titantron, right into the throat. He's telling Zelina to open those doors. Is someone going to be in there? Yeah. Mommy. Mommy is inside the ambulance. The way that was shot, it felt like someone was going to be in there. Mommy gets out, chases Zelina away. Going down to the ring. Zelina gets a hold of... Rhea gets a hold of Zelina. Riptides! Riptide! Bah! Huge riptides! Blimey now. She just sent her straight to hell with that one. Loud Rhea chants. Aleister can't really do much. He's just watching on. Aleister. Massive riptide, said Resso. Huge, wasn't it? Crowd has started chanting, "This is awesome" now. Big boot coming in there by Aleister again. Oh, shot coming in. And again by Damian. Big boot coming back there by Aleister. These two fighting in the entranceway. Don't know where Mommy is. I don't know if Mommy's coming back to help out. He's putting him in the ambulance. Aleister closing one door. He's going to try and close the other, but he ain't going to be able to do it. Damian stopping him. Okay, he's gone and grabbed a stretcher. A crutch, and he smashes Aleister with it. Uses that crutch and smashes it into Aleister. I feel like the pacing of the match isn't quite right. I feel like we've gone quite slow now. I mean, we're trying to do some fun spots in the entranceway, but there's only so much you can do, really. Fire extinguisher. Is there anything else he can find in there? Fire extinguisher knocks Aleister Black back. We've had a couple of stretchers. Chairs. Mommy popping out the back of the ambulance. Crowd react positively to the... Oh, now we've got fire! Fire! That was weird because Michael said it's a fireball, but it felt like he just got a lighter and just went like that. It wasn't like a big moment, you know? It wasn't like a throw or something dramatic. He just sort of went, nah. I wonder if this match has had a bit too much time. We've still got like 6 minutes to go. Okay, he's got a couple of tables here with some items on. What is that? Well, we've got a big table that's got a load of stuff on. Oh, is he going to jump off the top of the ambulance? Because that would be cool. There's a laptop. There is some cabling. Oh, no. There's a side door. Oh, big boot. He's trying to smash him into the ambulance. I think it'd be a really good visual if he put him on the table and jumped off the top of the ambulance. That would look good. He's going round to the front of the ambulance. I like this. If you've got an ambulance, use it. So I like that. I like the fact that we're kind of going around to the front. I'd like to see them fighting in the cabin. Smashing each other through the windscreen. I mean, if you've got an ambulance, use it. Jump off the top of it. Fight on the top of it. Elbows coming in by Aleister. Big boot coming in. I feel like that guy is a plant. That guy really strikes me as a plant. The guy in the Sami Zayn shirt. Right now, we got another trunk being introduced. These matches are built around gimmick. They need to be big and crazy, not too long. Otherwise, they can get a bit lost into irrelevance, said Shining Wizards. Back elbow there by Aleister. Okay, we've moved past the ambulance. Right now, we're kind of over by the crowds. He's trying to find his balance. It's a little bit tricky for him. Damian is going to go for that razor's edge. Oh. No, oh, yeah, boom. That's good. Into the windshield. That's good. If you've got an ambulance, use it. Could have gone onto that trunk. Instead, he turns around into the ambulance, into the windshields. Yeah, that's really good. Real glass, said Kadir. Real glass. Oh, my God. AE-dub. 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 Jungle Boy, Jungle Boy, Jungle Boy, Jungle Boy, Tony Khan, Tony Khan. Yes. Now we're on top of the ambulance. Love it. Great visual. It's worth doing just so you can get this shot, to be honest. Straps are coming down. We've got a strip tease. He's going to do a strip tease on top of the ambulance. He's going to go for a choke slam. Damian with Aleister. Whoa! Onto that table. There does appear to be some crash mat things underneath, but that's fine. It's a hell of a fall. It's a lovely shot there of Damian standing on top of this ambulance. And we've got to be getting... it wasn't so much a choke slam. It was more a push, really, to be honest. But that certainly is going to give Damian the advantage. The crowd break out into a "This is awesome" chant. Damian trying to open up that door, but the door not opening. Is someone inside again, or what's happening? Is that a bit of a botch? He couldn't open the door at the back. This match is giving us everything. I like the quick thinking, though. I can't get in the back. I'll just use the side. No drama. So right now he's got Aleister. He's taking him over. He's still trying to get. There we go. There we go, mate. Yay! In the back he goes. Oh, now he's got to close 3 doors. He closes that door, goes round. He's got to close this door. Does he have to close that door as well in the cabin? Technically, I don't think this wins the match. Because that door at the front is still open. Oh, I'm not having that. I'm not having that. That door in the cabin is still open. It's still open. I can see it in the background. Oh, my God. This is the conspiracy that Drew McIntyre keeps talking about. Unbelievable scenes. If I'm Aleister Black, I am definitely using that next week. How can you say I lost the ambulance match when the door at the front is wide open? Come on! There we go. Let's get people's thoughts. Honestly, I think the pacing is a little bit off. I think there's moments where the match just sort of plods along, but there are such fun moments in that match. Some of the spots in it are really, really good. But I expect this to get a really good reaction, honestly. There we go. The siren is sounding. I think the ambulance is leaving. Damian throws his arms in the air. Be good if you get attacked by Oba now. That would be good. Damian standing tall. I don't know where Rhea disappeared to. As the show comes to a close. Well, I think WWE take a bow. Take a bow, because I think you just put on a really entertaining 3 hours there. If you was able to deliver something like that on a regular basis, I think people would be thrilled, because that was well above kind of what we had on a normal basis last year. And, you know, I'd even go as far as to say, if you can just get through WrestleMania season with some of that quality, we'll be thrilled. You know, whilst it's building up to WrestleMania, I think we all know that after Mania, it'll take a bit of a step down. That's okay. But whilst we're kind of going through WrestleMania season, if you can keep that going and have that as like an average SmackDown, brilliant. Because that's miles above what the average SmackDown in 2025 was like. Okay, get in your scores. What you thought about that match. We obviously will be back in a few moments as well. I mean, I'm not going anywhere just right now. But we will be doing our breakdown. And we'll be kind of covering the whole show and everything that went down, all the match scores that you lots gave. Corey, shout out to you. Simply Simon said, I'm not a massive fan of either Priest or Black, but that was banging. Took me back to Taker's Buried Alive, and the SmackDown was blooming great. WrestleRant said that there was some slum spots, but there was some fun spots. Overall, the arena crowd was really into it. True. Until the main event and awful Miz segment, I was impressed. Solid 6, said Alan. 7, says Cadet. I'm trying to forget about 2025, says Randy. That's understandable. I feel that. I feel that. 7 as well, said Chris. Honestly, I think WWE will take that for their first 3-hour show. Fair few people coming into this with concerns that WWE weren't going to be able to book a 3-hour SmackDown. It was a great try, said Shining Wizards. Sparta Crow said, thank you, Daze, 7.9. AB said 8. It was solid. Tristan said, no, Tiffany tonight. No, she should be back soon. She's just been on a break for a little while. She was over in Saudi Arabia. And I think doesn't she feature on the WrestleMania advert? So I expect her to be back relatively soon. Phoenix said, I think we made it to the 8.5 range. Some might just be shying after the last 3 months, though. HBK Forever, shout out to you. You can see all the scores coming in. Look, 8, 2, 5, 9, 7, 8, 6, 8.9, 8. So lots of very healthy scores. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask for your feedback on X. Feedback required. What did you think of SmackDown? So we're going to do our breakdown video in a second. As soon as I'm done with that, we'll get the opinions video done. And then my attention will turn to Unseen. I am going to look to get that back over the weekend. Probably Saturday. Let me mute that. Lovely. Right, let's get... 57 said it was great. 23, 16, and 4. Okay, so we are looking at main event match being great. 71. So actually, according to you guys, match of the night was Carmelo Johnny. Oh, it's really close, actually. Really close. I think I would agree. It was a really, really great match. I think this match is fun because of the spots. But, yeah, really close, I think, between them. And that is reflected in your scores. So, yeah. So, actually, 2 great matches tonight, which is great news. Some really interesting segments. Lots of talking points. Good stuff. Good stuff. First SmackDown that I've missed since last year. Buffalo is bitter cold. Oh god, yes, snow on the floor and everything. I mean, it's cold here in the UK, but it looked really cold in Buffalo. I thought someone was going to help Aleister. Not sure where he goes from here. Maybe keep him off for a few weeks and then feud with Elia. They kind of foreshadowed the loss for me He did a promo earlier where it's like, it doesn't matter who wins. It doesn't matter who wins tonight, because even if you lose, you're a different person than you was before. And it's like, okay, that means that you're losing tonight then. So I just sensed, and of course, for a feud like this to end, it probably makes sense for the babyface to stand tall. So I think that was another reason why Damian felt like he was going to win. So I don't think Aleister's going to lose too much here. Maybe just a little loss in momentum, but he can come back and brag about the fact that Damian is a different man now. He'll never be the same, and, you know, turn his attention to someone else. So, yeah, they'll both be fine. I think we're all just happy that this feud is done now. It ended with a really good match, and we can now move on to some other things. Right, we've got everyone's thoughts, and we've got our feedback. If you want to feedback and be in the opinions video, if you go to my X account, Wrestling Daze YT, you'll see the post. Leave your feedback there. I'll be doing that as soon as we've done our breakdown video. I'm going to jump over and get set up for the breakdown video now. That starts in a few minutes. Massive thank you to everyone that joined us tonight. I know that we've been a little bit quiet over this past week, but we've still been doing streams. And as we said, it's all about next week. Monday, massive. Tuesday, massive. Friday, massive. Big, big week next week. We'll be fully back with Unseens and everything by that point as well. So, yeah, great. We're into 2026. We're off with a really solid start. And hopefully the rest of the year can follow suit. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate it as always. I'll see you in a moment for the breakdown.